So good evening, everyone, and welcome to our September 9th Town Council meeting. Madam Clerk, please officially open our meeting.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was mailed to the Star-Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on November 22, 2013. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on November 22, 2013. Councilman Cirillo?
Present.
Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman Spango?
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present. Thank you. Since this is our first meeting in September, over the summer I did meet with our new superintendent of schools, and I've invited him to come to our council meeting to introduce himself. We always talk about a lot of things happening in our schools, and we recently adopted our budget. So I would like you to welcome Mr. Jeff Rutsky, our new superintendent, to give us a brief introduction and his plans for our schools. Please, thank you, and welcome. Sure, right here. Thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to come over and say hello to everybody, introduce myself to everybody. I think I've met everyone before, but officially, and thank you for helping me these last couple months. I know I've had a chance to speak to each of you individually. It's more about what we can do together. I know you have a wonderful relationship with the Board of Education and have always had that, and have the best interest of the students in mind and our school system. So I look forward to working with you. My first couple months have been very simple. It's listen and ask questions and learn, and fix things that need to be fixed that are simple to fix, but also pay attention to the larger items that we need to spend time on, and really planning for improvement. I've met with all the administrators, all the teachers, and they are just a phenomenal group, and I can see why the school district is in good shape, because those are the individuals who are driving everyday instruction with our students. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and again, it was more about just officially introducing myself to all of you, and if there's anything I can do in a way of questions that come to you or concerns that come to you, by all means, please have them forwarded to me. I will work with you and work with the community and try to make the schools the best that we certainly can make them. But again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and have a very good night.
Thank you very much.
you.
The whole idea was, the premise was to open these lines of communication so that we could better communicate.
Absolutely.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Rutsky while he's here? No?
Okay,
Jeff,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck for a successful school year. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see Jessica's not here. Do we have it? Well, okay. We have an update from our public information officer. Gregory Avenue road closures. This is a strange timing with the start of school, but starting Monday, September 15th, Gregory Avenue will be closed to through traffic from Northfield Avenue to South Orange Avenue. For information on detours and local neighborhood access, you can view the detour map on westorange.org. West Orange is spelled out. .org. The road will be closed daily from 9 to 3 until late October. Jitney service will not be affected. There is a back-to-school giveaway contest. This is from a Proper Kicks at 366 Main Street. Again, at westorange.org, you can fill out a form for a chance to win. 2 winners will be chosen at random to receive a new backpack courtesy of Proper Kicks. Chosen at random, contacted on Friday, September 12th. The last week, this is on my list anyway, we would like to welcome swearing-in ceremony of the police department. We have 9 new police recruits to West Orange Police. Department, I'd like to say their names: Matthew Rice, Giovanni Rodriguez, Derek Morrison, Vincent Manzella, Christopher Davis, Gregory Willis, Christopher Palazzano, Michael Del Plato, and Andrew Ayer. So we welcome them to the Police Department. On that same note, we had police promotions on Friday also. These were police officers being promoted to police sergeant: James Cullen, John Rowley, Michael Cassidy, Pat Matrullo, Andrew Berkery, and Patrick Karosha. So congratulations to everyone, and keep up the good work. Let's see. This Saturday, the second annual West Orange High School Fan Fest. Okay, you could have talked about that, Mr. Rutsky. Contest prizes, performance by the West Orange cheerleaders and step teams, photos with Monty the Mountaineer, displays, and quite a few activity tables to introduce everyone to so many clubs and activities at the high school. This is at the Soriano Sports Complex on Saturday, September 13th from 4 to 7. This Sunday, we have the Mayor's 5K Walk Run to break the silence on ovarian cancer. We did have a presentation on this a few weeks ago. You can register at walkforovariancancer.com. Volunteers, the day of the race starts here at Town Hall at 9:30. There's a kids' fun run, and at 10 o'clock, the actual run starts. So they gather here around 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, if you would like to sign up to volunteer or cheer the walkers on. Thursday, September 18th, Mayor Parisi has open office hours. There's no appointment needed, from 6:30 to 8:30 right here at Town Hall. His office down the hall. On Sunday, September 21st at 9:30, again at the high school, we have the Stop for Nikhil. This is all about raising awareness on traffic safety. I have brochures here. I can pick one up. The funds that are raised for Nikhil really is to raise awareness on traffic safety, and it goes toward a music program because Nikhil was an 11-year-old boy, tragic accident, and he was an avid reader and an excellent musician. So the funds go to help other students with music lessons, and they perform an outstanding contest every year. The run is also at the high school. That is on Sunday, September 21st. And what time is that one? That one starts at 10. Let's see. And that's at the Nikhil Badlani Foundation. On Saturday, September 27th, from 10 to 2, this is the Operation Drug Take-Back program. For a lot of reasons, it's good to get old medicine out of your cabinets and give it to the police department. It gets inventoried and disposed of properly, as opposed to flushing it down the toilet bowl or having it get into the wrong hands. So that is Operation Drug Take Back on Saturday, September 27th from 10 to 2. West Orange Police Department right next door at 60 Main Street. On Tuesday, September 30th at 9 o'clock, this is the first annual Danielle LeBron Guzman Golf Outing at Galloping Hill Golf Course in Kenilworth. Register at Brain Aneurysm Foundation. Still more. On Saturday, September 20th, is the annual OSPAC Jazz Festival on Boland Drive. This will be all day from 1 to 8. Tickets can be purchased in advance at brownpapertickets.com or the day of the show. Bring blankets, your lawn chairs for a comfortable day. However, on rain date will be Sunday, September 21st. Information is at www.njai.org, NewJerseyArtsIncubator.org. Amphitheater, the OSPAC Amphitheater is located at 4 Boland Drive. The farmer's market? I won't say. Okay, we won't talk about them.
You can talk about it.
No. Fire safety, October is Fire Prevention Month, so we'll have a presentation in October about fire safety. I would advise everyone to check your smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors now. That comes up in October 5th through 11th. And Shop West Orange. Pays to shop locally, visit westorangechamber.com for program details, to become a participating business, or to register yourself as a shop local participant. And PSE&G offers customers the ability to sign up and receive text and email notifications through our My Alerts program. These alerts include billing and payment information as well as outage alerts. Information on this is at www.pseg.com. I didn't expect that. We can move right into council liaison announcements. I have a few more. I wanted to let everyone know about a very nice exhibit that is over at the Firehouse Gallery at Valley Arts. This is very interesting with the Thomas Edison National Historic Park and students at the Rhode Island School of Design. Back in 2012, with Hurricane Sandy, there were trees fell in around Glenmont, Edison's home in Llewellyn Park, and the students have transformed those trees into beautiful artwork. And this is called Witness Trees Transformed. The exhibit is at Valley Arts at the Firehouse Gallery, which is located on Forest Street in Orange. From August 28th, it will be on display till October 5th. And I just would recommend everyone go to www.mpsnationalparkservice.gov to look at so many of the programs that are being offered right here at our National Treasure on Main Street. Like I said, the Witness Trees, School of Design, there is a calendar of events. And I would like to ask everyone to save the date. Speaking of the Thomas Edison Museum, October 25th, the Edison Museum we are having a Muckers Ball. Muckers is the name that Thomas Edison used to describe his workers, because he had his researchers work well into the night, and then he would bring them food and drink during the night while they were working on different inventions. And we're going to recreate that at the Edison Museum outside under the tents on October 25th from 5:30 to 8:30. Again, please go to www.mps.gov for more information. It just sounds like a fun night with music and dance and a lot of history involved. I have another invitation. Quite a lot going on in the month of September. Our Lady of Lourdes is celebrating 100 years right here at the base of Eagle Rock Avenue. Everyone is invited to attend. They're having a concert. The Les Elgart Orchestra. Russ Dorsey is the director. Governor Brendan Byrne is the honorary chair, and John Degnan is the co-chair. This is Sunday, September 14th at 3 p.m. You can go to www.lordswestorange, spelled out, .org for that information, ticket price. Doors open at 2:15. It's general seating, $40 group tickets, $50 for a general seat. I was also asked to extend an invitation to anyone, resident or business, on Pleasant Valley Way. Pleasant Valley Way is reinstating the Pleasant Valley Civic Association, so there will be a meeting on September 16th to talk about safety and beautification on the commercial properties on the corner of Eagle Rock and Pleasant Valley Way, or the whole corridor of Pleasant Valley Way. If you would like to attend, September 16th, 7 o'clock at the Wilshire, we'll meet at the Wilshire Grand. I think that's all I have. That was plenty. That's plenty. Anyone else? Council liaison?
Well, I'll be surprised if we have anything else going in town that you haven't mentioned, including the big band concert at Our Lady of Lourdes. I just wanted to follow up with Council President's description. If you don't use the internet or would prefer a telephone telephone call to arrange tickets and get more information, you can call the rectory at Our Lady of Lourdes at 973-325-0110, and I'll see you there.
Great. Thank you for that. Councilman Guarino, Farmers Market, good. I deliberately left that off.
That's
the
okay.
list.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, just to remind everybody that the farmers market goes until the middle of October, and you still have more chances every Friday from 12 to 7 p.m. at the Quigley parking lot to sample and buy some fantastic produce, some fantastic baked goods from our new business down in the valley, Pink Cupcake. So I suggest you go visit it. There's jewelry, there's things for the kids to do provided by our public library. So it's a great thing, great way to meet people. It's been very successful, and we'd like to see more people come out and enjoy it. It's really a worthwhile adventure. Thank you, Council
Fridays,
President.
no, through the
Friday.
time. Friday at 6, from when? All
From
day Friday.
12, all day, from 12 to 7. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Got to tell the day.
It runs till, do you know when the?
Till the middle of October.
Anything else?
I have nothing to add.
Thank you.
Everything's been said.
Yeah. Council President,
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know if you may want to talk about the Centennial Plaza dedication.
Oh, sure, thank
ahead.
you. No, go right ahead. I don't,
Sure. Celebrating
I'd have
100
to check
years
my, yeah.
of the opening of Gregory School. That's on Friday, September 19th. Friday, September 19th at 5 p.m. At the right by the front entrance. There's going to be a dedication ceremony by the garden, school garden, that was recently installed. Other than that, as it relates to the Degnan House, Council President, I do want to send my condolences to the father of Terrence Cunningham, who was a board member.
Yes.
His unfortunate passing this past week. We'll be having a meeting on Thursday, follow-up meeting, so we haven't had a meeting in quite a while, so we'll report at the next council meeting. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like it was a quiet summer, but everything comes out now. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk? Roll. Now what? Okay, we have to wait till 7 o'clock officially to start our public meeting. I have no more announcements. Except I really do hope you save the date for October 25th for the Mucklers Ball. We have West Orange resident Jim Keefe will be providing music. There'll be a dance troupe, and it just sounds like a lot of fun. Raises funds to preserve the works at the museum. That's the Friends of Edison are sponsoring the event, and that is the fundraising arm to the Thomas Edison Museum.
Council President, let's
Yes, sir.
acknowledge our
Thank
public
you.
advocate. Harvey Grossman is
Grossman,
here.
thank you.
Sitting up front. He's been working hard this summer on some major community issues. One of them being the proposal to construct a quick check, and also the certain cell tower matters that are going on. So I just want to make sure he's acknowledged for the hard work that he puts in, and I know he makes a high salary for that work.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we don't hold that against him. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. We also have the AutoZone pending application on the planning board for AutoZone on Main Street. You thought of something else? Okay.
Council President, if I may, I'd just like to make public knowledge and a thank you to Mrs. Emily Rafferty, the appointment to the John Renner House, who regrettably submitted her resignation due to an illness in the family. And I just want to publicly thank her for her dedication over a number of years and for being a true representative of the senior housing program at the John Renner House and an asset to the entire township. And it was a great appointment. She reflected exactly how we thought, and she is so dedicated. And it was very hard for her to make the decision, so I regrettably had to accept it. But I just want to publicly thank her and wish her a long time, and I hope she has many more years in West Orange. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate your efforts as a representative. Thank you, Council President.
Great, thank you. And a follow-up to that, I wanted to say a follow-up to that, we have Patty Duffy and Estrella Bianca carrying on all the senior activities in the health department, and they did an outstanding job with the senior picnic at the town pool last week. And I always used to, when I went, every year I go to the event and tell Emily she does a great job controlling the weather, and Patty and Estrella did the same thing last week. It was a beautiful day to be at the town pool. even
Great
though it
day.
was September.
Beautiful
So,
weather, great
Yep.
entertainment.
Very nice.
Everybody had a great time, Council President.
Great. Are we ready? There, bingo.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was mailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on November 23, 2013. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on November 23, 2013. Councilman Cirillo?
Present.
Councilman Guarino? Present. Councilman Kukoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman Spango? Present. Council President McCartney?
Present.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? The council is now in their public meeting.
So the next item on our agenda is public comment. If anyone has a question or comment, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and we will do the best to resolve your concern and listen to your plea. Yes, sir. Welcome. Just pull the microphone down, please. Thank you. Good. Name and address?
My name is Roger Sachs, 86 Lawrence Avenue.
And my name is Sharon Sachs, also 86 Lawrence Avenue.
Yes?
We have lived in West Orange, and I have lived in West Orange many years. I went through the entire public school system here, which enabled me to go on to college, which enabled me to go on to graduate school, which enabled me to work for one of the finer agencies which services the citizens of West Orange, as well as other communities. My wife also has worked for an agency which for many years has serviced the citizens of West Orange, as well as those of surrounding communities. Between us, we've worked 67 years, benefiting also people from West Orange. My children also, college graduates, went all the way through grammar school, through high school, college graduates as a result of their education in West Orange. It's come to my attention a concern, and I'll speak for some, my wife will speak for some, that the residents of Harvard and Yale Terrace had their sidewalks replaced, removed and replaced at no cost to themselves. I spoke with a resident on one of these streets, family well known in West Orange, who verified that the sidewalks being removed and replaced at no cost was done, and they did not request it. It was just done as a service. It's further been rumored out on the street that some town officials have had their sidewalks and some of their driveways also replaced at no cost to the town. We had to have our sidewalk replaced. Sharon will get into some of the details. In good part caused by a defective tree, which has been documented by the people in West Orange who are responsible for documenting such things. It covered 12 sidewalk blocks, 2,000 square feet, and at a cost of $6,000. My question is why? Why is there a discrepancy between who has to pay for their sidewalks and who had their sidewalks done at no cost? My wife will now discuss our contact with the township, which took place and has resulted in the concern I've just expressed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sachs.
In the fall of 2013, we had hired a contractor, and he expressed some concern about removing the roots that were making our sidewalks broken. without asking someone from the town. And he contacted Mr. Grandusky and Mr. Linson, who both came over to make sure that everything was going to go smoothly, but they decided that the tree was beginning to rot and that it was a town-owned tree and it should be removed at the township's cost, which we appreciated because we don't want our new sidewalks to lift up again.
Right.
And it took a lot of doing to get that done. We waited until March because it was already too late into the fall. And it took from March until, I think, May or June until the tree was removed, but it finally was. And when they were there looking, they expressed some surprise that we were going to go to the expense of replacing our sidewalks. Mr. Grandusky asked me if we had ever been cited by the township, and I said no, we hadn't, but it had become a safety issue. You saw me walk up with my cane. I have to be very careful, and we didn't want any neighbors to fall either. So we went ahead and we had our sidewalks repaired. I was just looking to see some of the other people we had to speak to in town to get this tree removed. Mr. Lepore, Mr. Linson, Mr. Grandusky, Mr. Brauth, and they actually wound up hiring a company called Dujets Tree Removal to do the work. I think they felt it was a little beyond what the town's employees could handle. So as my husband has already said to you, we would like to understand why these other streets got their new sidewalks. Ours cost $6,000. And when our street was repaved a couple of years ago, everybody got new curbing and a new driveway apron, but certainly no one ever suggested that we could have new sidewalks. And what we're hoping is that you can explain how that money came to be, and we would like to be reimbursed for our expenses for our sidewalk, just done probably almost the same week that they did these other ones. So we thank you for your time, and we want to be made whole and to have parity with all these other neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up. I know... Okay. Pardon? What did you say, Jay? I didn't hear what you said.
No, you're going to let everyone do comment and then...
Okay. I was going to put them in touch with Lenny sitting in the back of the room. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Sachs, our town engineer is right in the back of the room. He came in a little bit late. I don't think he heard Mr. Sachs speak. Lenny, could you acknowledge? There they are. If you would like to speak to Mr. Lepore, our town engineer. Thank you, Lenny. Anyone else? Roz, come on. Good evening. Name and address, please.
My name is Charles Upshaw. I reside at 105 Roosevelt Avenue. I don't know if it's the time and place, but I know there's an ordinance for wildlife feeding that's going on tonight.
Okay, we didn't get there yet. Okay, we didn't get there yet, but
Okay, so I
can we wait till the
until-
ordinance? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Welcome.
I don't think I have to lower the microphone. Hi, my name is Roz Moskowitz-Belsky. I reside at 11 Wedgwood Drive, West Orange, New Jersey. I would like to invite you and the residents of West Orange to the Pleasant Valley Civic Association meeting to be held September 16th at 7 p.m., the Wilshire Grand Hotel. The Pleasant Valley Civic Association is dedicated to the safety and beautification of the Pleasant Valley Way corridor, particularly from Route 10 to Cunningham right before Verona Park. There are over 122 accidents per year. Those are reported accidents per year on this almost two-mile stretch of road, not even 2 miles. We need signage. We need a way to find effective ways dealing with the county, because these are county roads. 40% of the accidents that occur at Eagle Rock Avenue and Pleasant Valley Way. I'm sure everybody that has been in that intersection knows that it's very dangerous for pedestrians. We want to create a vibrant corridor connecting the recreational complex to Bloomfield Avenue. On July 24th, we spoke in front of the Board of Chosen Freeholders, and we implored them, we commend them for doing a great job, the recreational complex and the Verona Boathouse and the Verona Park Lake area. And we would like to have Pleasantdale pleasant again. There's just not enough signage. We have 5 synagogues, 4 nursery schools, 3,000 students in the Pleasantdale area, yet they're not appropriate lights, beacon lights for the school. There's not enough signage for speed limit. We need enforcement from our police force, from the county police, from the town police, to enforce the speed limit. There are not even enough speed limit signs. So I urge everybody to come out September 16th, 7 o'clock at the Wilshire Grand. Thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Any other comments? Yes? I'm sorry. Ladies first, Harvey.
I just have a...
Harvey, if this is about an ordinance, we're going to wait till the ordinance?
Yes, I didn't know when was the appropriate time.
Not right now. This is
Okay.
just public comment.
Okay, fine.
Great, thanks.
It's like I've never been to one, right? Thank you so much for that card. I love it. The lady with her legs up with a glass of wine. To the clerk's office.
Sounds
thank
good.
you very much. Appreciate it.
It's good to see you back.
And to the mayor, but I thanked him before. Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. Let me begin by stating I'm one of the members of the Committee of Petitioners who will appear in front of the Supreme Court in the state of New Jersey, the court that will officially review the PRISM matter in their fall term. We petitioned for a referendum on loaning $6.3 million of taxpayer guaranteed bonds for the Edison factory redevelopment. Excuse me. Additionally, I'd like to correct some misinformation that has been provided to the media, that litigation is delaying construction. If that were the case, why has PRISM on several occasions announced to the media that they were going to begin construction? The fact is, the litigation is not causing the delay. PRISM is. I wasn't at the August 12th council meeting, but I did watch it on TV. At that meeting, Councilman Cirillo stated that serial property tax delinquencies of the Edison redeveloper PRISM Capital Partners was in fact a good thing for West Orange, because PRISM will have to pay interest, which will bring revenue into the township due to being late in paying their tax bills. So maybe Mr. Cirillo has stumbled on something. If the consistent tardiness of one of the township's largest taxpayers is good for our tax-starved community, why don't we expand the benefits to include hundreds or even thousands of West Orange taxpayers? Why doesn't Mr. Cirillo and those members of the council who have echoed his same sentiment requested that all taxpayers pay their tax bills late? Just imagine the economic benefits of thousands of West Orange taxpayers paying their bills weeks or even months late, as is the habit of PRISM. Wouldn't that be just great? Mr. Cirillo's transparent nonsense is really an attempt to avoid the obvious question that every taxpayer in West Orange should be asking. His comment on how does this affect the taxpayers is incredulous, and his display of the lack of knowledge of the tax collection process is very troubling, to say the least. Why haven't we fired a functionally insolvent developer years ago. To make matters worse, more inexplicable, Mr. Cirillo and the council want to loan these tax deadbeats $6.3 million of our tax dollars. I know for sure I wouldn't lend money to somebody who couldn't pay it back because they're not even paying their current bills. And $6.3 million is a lot of money not to be paid back. Who is PRISM, and why is this current administration so committed to such a dysfunctional partner? Any community with a normal political culture would have sent these deadbeats packing years ago. What's really going on? The citizens have right to the answers to the following questions. Why did the township fail to go to the DCA with the current plan as the law requires? Why did the town reject a properly submitted petition request for a voter bond referendum as the law also allows? Why has this project that was first officially approved by the council with Councilwoman McCartney as the chair been going on for almost 8 years since the agreement? It has become an eyesore with no progress in construction. Why hasn't PRISM been replaced as redeveloper, even though they have repeatedly been in default of the agreement signed by the township? If the council and the administration do not take action immediately, a precedent will be set, and the township will be left holding the bag. It's my opinion that this is a very serious legal and ethical matter. All this having been said, I have for your edification the tax records for PRISM. Don't pass the exam. Very briefly, on this document, you will see that I've highlighted some numbers that to me are very telling. PRISM currently owes back taxes on all of its properties totaling $715,816.75, or $750,000, and that's excluding SOAR fees. The 2014 municipal budget for uncollected taxes is $2,887,057.99. PRISM's back taxes are 24.79% of that budgeted amount. Madam Chairman, I'd like you to allow me another few minutes, please, to finish. My time is up. I'd like a few more minutes. PRISM, I'll repeat this, PRISM's back taxes are 24.79% of that budgeted amount. 363 property owners, as per the mayor's statement in the Chronicle, account for approximately 75% of the budgeted amount. Madam President, I have here a copy for you of the November 14th, 2012 notice of default letter, which was for a mere $123,246.05 in unpaid taxes, which was sent to PRISM's legal counsel. I would like Mr. Cirillo tonight to convincingly explain to me and all the people in this town why and how all these numbers and facts do not affect us, them. Thank you.
Any other comment? Yes. Welcome. Hi.
Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Just wanted to share a few upcoming events with you. This Thursday at 8 a.m. and Eagle Rock Reservation is our 13th Essex Remembers. It's a solemn ceremony remembering the 9/11 attacks. It's a public event. We invite everyone to come join us in the morning. September 13th at 9 a.m. at the Orange Reservoir in the paddleboat area, we're going to have the first fishing derby. This will be the last fishing derby of the Essex County series. Most of the other events were in the spring. This was the only event that we have in the fall. But like I said, this is the first event at the Orange Reservoir, so if you haven't been there and you're interested in participating in a fun fishing event, we invite you to come out. That is a free event, and we do give prizes for in a number of age categories. September 23rd, from 10 until 2 at Cody Arena is the annual Essex County Senior Wellness Day. That is a free event. It is only for Essex County residents. We'll have a variety of vendors. County offices will be present, and it's just an opportunity to get information to seniors that allow them to remain independent in their homes, learn about services that may help them and assist them. It's also fun because we have a lot of music, a lot of activity, so it's a fun event. October 4th, from 8:30 to 4:30 in Cedar Grove is our Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day. And then also on October 4th, from 11 until 5 at the Environmental Center is the Oktoberfest celebration. That also is a free event. There will be some items for sale from various vendors. And again, it's an opportunity to learn about the various partners that the county has in promoting the environment, and also just learning how you can become a better steward for nature. As always, all this is on the Essex County website, which is essexcountynj.org, and we look forward to seeing everyone there.
Great.
Thank
We had a great, you were talking about collaborative events this weekend. Also, the International Blues Festival was
Yes.
beautiful under full moon. It was very well done.
Each year that keeps getting bigger and better. So.
Amazing. Very nice.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any comments? I see a hand in the back.
Christine Bosco, 4 Mason Place. I have a couple questions, or a few questions. They have to do, one has to do with the resolution for the fire and the lock key box and so forth.
That's an ordinance. Those are two ordinances
Yeah,
on second reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused here. I just got here, so I couldn't find parking out there. Very crowded. Yeah.
Those are two ordinances.
All
We
right,
didn't get to the
I'll hold it off for the
Okay,
ordinance
thank you.
till then. But I do have it on resolutions. The one thing I wanted to ask was, in reference to the emergency temporary appropriation for the imminent tax appeals, the $1.9 million. Now, I went back through the budgets, going back to 2010, and what I found was that we seem to be on the general fund appropriation for taxes, for tax refund appropriations. We had allocated from 2010 to 2014 $650,000 every year. Now, we paid that through 10, 11, 12, and then 2013 we paid $350,000. But we modified it onto the budget for 2014, showing 2013 as $650,000 and 2014 as $650,000. Now, the other question I have is, because I'm kind of confused about this, over those years, in the emergency appropriation and the current fund appropriation on sheet 28 in the budgets, we have deferred charges that are future taxation that are excluded from the cap. And they included this tax appeals. Now, 2010, 2013, we never applied anything. But come 2014, we applied $837,500. Now, I know not too long ago, we did bond for tax appeals, and I believe it was $3.2 or $3.3 million. Am I correct? Okay. Because I'm trying to figure this out on what we appropriated and what we paid from what I saw on the budgets, and I'm coming up with like $3,250,000.
Okay.
$3,250,000 so far from 2010 to 2014 or whatever. And what I don't understand is, We hear about the market value of the homes, and it's getting better, and people are, being able to sell their homes at better value. I don't understand how we're losing so many tax appeals over, I realize a lot of them go back to when we did the assessment, but I still understand how it's such a large amount and that we keep every year. It seems to be quite a bit of money that we are appropriating for tax appeal refunds. And I just wondering if somebody could answer that question to me on what's going on there. And I do realize that we have someone represent us before the courts for these appeals, and I'm having a hard time understanding how we're losing the appeal, losing that all the time, and we're paying so much in taxes to cover it. And I also would like it clarified that, did we bond $3.2 or $3.3 million for these tax appeals? And also, is that taken into account, only $650,000 that were paid out every year? Is that part of that, or is that other monies? Okay, the other question I had was, in reference to the, this is on resolution, 172-14. It's for the Stigma Association with the Mental Health Illness and the promotion of public awareness, which I think is a great idea. However, what I don't understand is, are we, first of all, it mentioned signage, but it didn't mention how that was going to be paid for. And as far as I know, there's no grants, through the state allocated for this right now. So I'm curious and wanting to know how it's being paid for. Common sense, empathy and understanding and education also help in everyone understanding mental health. And I think that something, when we do promote this, it should be in dedicating something to that.
Your time is up.
So basically that's it. I'll come back on the other ordinance, but thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment portion of our meeting. And I don't see Mr. Lepore back, so I think he is still talking to the SACs. Christina, just looking at, I'll go backwards, but just looking at that resolution on, on the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. This is the Cody Fund for Mental Health has initiated a statewide campaign requesting towns throughout New Jersey to designate their municipality a stigma-free town. There isn't anything here. I don't read anything about signage. It's raising awareness. We'd had a whole bully campaign here in town a few months back last year. That's ongoing. Any funding, I'm going to say, has to come out of the Cody Fund. And John, would you be prepared to answer the question about the tax appeals and no allocation in 213 and then coming forward in 214?
In terms of tax appeal, we have a budget allocation historically of $650,000.
Please speak into the microphone.
Historically, we've had a budget allocation of $650,000 that has gone through the reserve for tax appeals. And quite frankly, that's covered for the most part county appeals. Last year we had fewer counter appeals. This year as well, we expect to have fewer than we've had.
I still can't hear.
So out of that current fund appropriation, those funds usually go, or have gone traditionally, towards county board appeals. The resolution that you see tonight is similar to the resolutions that you've seen last year and earlier this year, which is dealing with, and I've spoken on this numerous times, that we're trying to clean up old commercial appeals. And these go back many years, and they are basically appeals that have been going on with commercial entities throughout the township, and again, most of them are multiple years, and going back, many of them even to the reval year and before. So we're really talking about two different issues in terms of what we have spent over the years. Last year, we did spend $3.35 million in previous year appeals, and that's old appeals. And we're right now, as of this evening, we're authorizing up to $1.9 million for 2014 appeals that occurred in 2014 from previous years, and that would be 2013 and before that. We are doing an analysis to see where we think that is going to come in for this year in total now, and over the next few meetings we will be in a position to talk about where we think this is going to land for this year.
The comments about redevelopment. The project, unfortunately, the project has been stagnant for many, many years. There is no movement, and it is due to the litigation. There may be media coverage out there. I know that I personally have held out hope, having toured the building that Prism renovated in Bloomfield, very similar to what we have here in West Orange. Beautiful renovation, and that's why I'm holding out hope. I guess, John, again, by the end of the year, with these unpaid taxes, what happens at the end of the year when we're saying taxes have to get paid?
Any taxes that are not paid by year's end, those properties will be put up for tax sale, and the proceeds from the tax sale will get applied against taxes. I think it's important to say that we need to get it.
Okay, try again. Okay. Okay, he's going to repeat it, and he will speak to the microphone. He's speaking in the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Any taxes that are not paid by year's end will be put up for, those properties will be put up for tax sale, and the funds that are received from the tax sale will be applied against the taxes. The municipalities are generally held over a 2-year period. One way or the other, we will get the lion's share of our taxes, if not all of them.
Through the tax sales.
Through tax sales.
So your question, Rosary, Mrs. Morelli, was in two-part, because you did talk about the petitioners, and the referendum was dismissed from the Supreme Court. So now the second part of that is to determine Section 28 of the redevelopment area bonds, to find out if that should go back to the local finance board. At that time, we were advised that they did not have to. And I'm sorry. Okay. Not the part about the referendum.
Yeah.
Councilman Cirillo.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I do want to add to that, because the speaker did reference my comments from the last meeting, and it's never a good thing when taxpayers, whether it be commercial or residential, don't pay their property taxes. But I was trying to clarify for the public out there that when that happens, there is a penalty. There's a percentage, there's an interest fee that's charged, and that money is collected. Should the money not be collected with the penalty included, then by December of each calendar year, the township sells the debt, and they become liens, tax liens against the property. So that's, I was just explaining that to the public, and I think that the speaker misunderstood what my intent was. As it relates to litigation not having an effect on the ability to borrow credit construction loans, I respectfully disagree with the speaker. That has a drastic effect, and I think the speaker herself admitted that she wouldn't lend money to someone that could not pay it back. should that become before the desk of a person that works in the finance sector, and there's a pending issue before the Supreme Court, I don't think that has. It's not the end of it. But it does have an effect in the ability to borrow funds. So I think the Speaker made it clear that they should not lend money if there is pending litigation, because they might not have the ability to pay that back should that litigation be successful. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other comments? Colleagues? Councilman.
If I could, thank you. I see the sacks have come back into the chamber, and I don't see Mr. Lepore, but some of you may recall that I raised this issue about doing entire streets of sidewalks a couple of meetings ago, and asked Mr. Lepore to explain it a little bit more. And one of the things I wanted to take away from that was I asked how much it cost for us to do those free sidewalks on those two streets, and I haven't heard that number yet, but I think it's relevant because if I understand correctly, the financing of that project, only roughly 2/3 of the money came from a state grant, a state transportation grant, which of course is tax funds, but roughly the other third of it actually came from the town. So I think when people say you got your sidewalks for free, well, that's not true, because the rest of us, I think, are paying for it. So I would very much like to hear from Mr. Lepore, how he dealt with the Saks issue. When you give away things for free, it can't be blamed if other people come up and say, we'd like them free too. But as everybody knows, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Providing these things like the free sidewalks, we all pay for them. We all pay for them. But I would like to hear Mr. Lepore there. And I also wanted to say, Mr. and Ms. Sachs, if you do have information that any elected official or any town official is improperly getting services or benefits from the township, please let the authorities know about that. Let the council know, or let the...
It's a rumor. What's in the dark, what's out in the light. They told Mr. Lepore, I was never my name anyway. Number two, you're correct. The tax dollars did help pay for it. We didn't get a thank you note.
No, we're not doing that. Okay.
Needs to send me a thank you note, as well as other residents, because we do pay taxes, and we pay them always.
We'll get more information from Mr. Lepore. Thank you.
He is probably going to come up later on in the meeting, so we can get more information from him. So thank you for raising those issues. Ms. Raley was going on at length about the PRISM and the tax delinquencies, and as those of you who follow the meetings know, I talk constantly not only about the tax delinquencies, which are, I think, pretty bad in themselves, but it also suggests a lack of financial strength for the company. But it is also, I think, a pretty clear event of default under the 2006 redevelopment agreement that clearly says delinquency in property taxes is an event of default. And I think we need to move stronger on this, because this apparently is only going to get worse. At the last meeting, I had a conversation had a discussion about this issue, and I thought at the end of the meeting we were going to have either a discussion under matters pending or an executive session to try to find out what's going on with the PRISM situation, because essentially we as a council, at least I, have not gotten any information on what's going on with PRISM for literally years, more than a year. Since anyone has given us information about what their financial situation is and what the legal aspects is. I thought at the end of the meeting that we had agreed that we were going to have a discussion, so I must have misunderstood, because there's nothing on.
No, apparently I did say that, but I remember back in February when this surfaced, that we were told that a decision would be rendered by the end of August. So I was hoping that we had some information. There really has been no update unless the administration, there has been no nothing.
Well,
To
I
date,
think you're agreeing
because
with
of
me that we haven't had anything.
Yes.
And I think it's important. I'm hearing from people all over town who would really like to know what's going on. And if it's, I would prefer a matters pending issue so that everybody in the town can understand what's going on. But it's way beyond the litigation that's before the New Jersey Supreme Court. That litigation has nothing to do with their apparent inability to pay property taxes. And their apparent inability to pay their mortgage on the property, the CVS property at 217 Main Street. But we don't know any of this because we as a council are not asking for this. And I think we really need to step out and say, well, let's find out what's going on. That way we can have a better understanding of where things stand. And again, I would like to renew my request at the next council meeting to either have an executive session so we can find out what's going on with PRISM, or we have a matters pending so that we can get either the PRISM people here or their representatives so we can find out what's going on with that project.
We can schedule that. We can schedule that because part of the reason why I said we would have an update was because I knew that their permits were coming due in September also. So I really thought that there would be more information, and I don't have that.
I know,
Okay,
and I think as a council, we should demand that information. What Council President was referencing is that it's been 2 years since PRISM has gotten an amended plan approval from the Planning Board on a revised plan, and they only have 2 years to put it into effect. It's coming up. It's coming up for an expiration, and again, just more evidence that there are serious problems with this project over well and beyond what's going on with the New Jersey Supreme Court. And I think that, again, I keep saying this, but I don't get any support from the council. I don't get any support from the administration, that I think, given the importance this project is to the town's future, that we should have more information, and we're getting none. So I would urge us to put something on the agenda, and I just want to make sure that we don't leave this meeting without either saying, yes, we're going to have an executive session or a matters pending discussion where we invite PRISM, and if they don't come, there's nothing we can do about it. Maybe we can get somebody from the administration. But I would like to at least have it clear, are we going to have an executive session or matters pending at the next council meeting?
I believe it has to go to a vote.
Council President, can I
Yes,
just make one
please.
statement?
Yes.
I know the councilman has asked a lot of questions about PRISM and any questions that we can answer, we will answer. The bottom line is that this is still in litigation, and part of the issue that we've discussed and talked about over the last 3 or 4 months is that based upon the fact that there's still litigation on this project, it's very difficult to finance a project. There's no entity anywhere that's going to put money into a project when there's litigation hanging over their heads. They're not going to put their money out in order to finance a project until the litigation is finalized.
Right.
And we've said time and time and time again, hopefully that litigation is going to be finalized either mid-September and end of September. And if in fact that does happen, then we'll be able to move on with the project. As of right now, that's the status of the project. There's no other information other than that. That's the status.
Thank you, Jack. You're more articulate than I said. Thank you.
If I can just follow up on that, because I believe I still have the floor. Ms. Morelli makes a very good point that that PRISM and the administration, the mayor has been quoted in their news releases as saying that this project was going to move ahead time after time. I'm not making this up. If you go and just do a search on it, it's been announced 6 or 7 times. Some of the times that was announced before the litigation commenced, and some of it was after the litigation commenced. And so I don't see, again, perhaps there's some part of this that we can't discuss because it's litigation, but certainly it has nothing to do with the company's apparent inability to pay their property taxes on time. If they can't get if they can't pay their property taxes on time, how are they going to be able to get a $50 million construction loan to get the project going? But I just think we need to be moving on this sooner rather than later. Just to move on, I'm sorry, if anybody else has anything to talk about.
On that same topic?
Yeah, please do. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask about the Supreme Court hearing, if there is a date set, is there anything scheduled?
I have not gotten a scheduled date yet.
Okay. That was my only question. Well, I did want to say that, I respect your sense of urgency and your interest and your passion on the issue, but we really haven't spent a cent. There is a commitment on the table, but we really haven't spent anything. I'm not saying that's a reason, that's an excuse, but the township has not put a dollar forward. We haven't spent anything. As a matter of fact, the professionals that have been hired to look after the township's interest have been paid by the development entity. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that. And again, I respect your passion and your interest in this issue, but the process is taking its course through the courts. Like I said before, I disagree. I think that litigation has a role in the ability to obtain credit. I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars in construction loans and credit that is necessary for the construction. We have to make sure that we let the process take its course. There's litigation on the table, and I think that, there will be some conclusion very soon on that. And then, don't forget that, like you stated, the permits are also up. Let's find out what's the process. And I have talked to people like you have, and I talk about how, when those permits are due, perhaps, there's a certain degree of, we need to be a little bit more, a little tough, a little bit difficult on their ability to obtain permits going forward. If that's going to come up or that's going to be reconsidered, because, we haven't been the best of partners. So I just want to make sure I add that.
I'm not sure what you mean by we haven't been the best of partners. I think we've bent over backwards till our back
No,
is broken.
not on our end. Not on our end, Councilman.
Oh, okay.
No, not on our end.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. And I'm sorry, did anybody else want to talk on this? I just wanted to move on to Ms. Bosco's comments. Okay. Ms. Bosco, you raised up good questions. I think they're going to come up later on in the meeting, and where we can revisit the issue of how much all these tax appeals are costing us, and what our future borrowing needs are going to be here. So, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Councilman Guarino.
Thank you, Council President. To Ms. Moskowitz, thank you for coming tonight and inviting the community to your event. I hope people not only from Pleasant Valley Way and Pleasantdale area come to see exactly what you have to offer, and I'm sure the West Orange Downtown Alliance will give you any support they can give you in developing and moving your organization along. It's very important. It's very important that people have a civic pride and an actual input into their community, and I commend you for reactivating the organization, and I know we'll do everything we can to help you, and I'm sure the West Orange Downtown Alliance will do anything they can to give you any input, any direction, and any support. So thank you very much, Ms. Moskowitz, for bringing that and that invitation to us and to the community. To Mr. and Mrs. Sachs, are they still? They're still here.
Yeah.
They're here. I remember a few months ago. Well, actually, almost 6 or 7 months ago, you approached me and everything else and asked to get you assistance on that tree. And I believe when speaking to Mr. Lepore, we got you the assistance on getting that tree removed. When it comes to paying for the sidewalks, like Councilman Kukoviac has said, there's no such thing as a free lunch or a free sidewalk. And, we'll look into these things, and I'm sure whatever we can find. But, these things happen. Not everybody can have the sidewalks. But I think what nobody's saying, too, is that Harvard and Yale were very heavily hit with the reconstruction with American Water. And is Mr. Lepore, I mean, did American Water give us anything towards the reconstruction? Because that's why the sidewalks had to be improved, because they had to put new piping, and they broke with meters.
Because we were getting a grant, they did not have to make certain improvements on that street that they are on other streets. So what we did is we were able to stretch some of the repaving of other streets that they did. For example, South Valley Road, Hillside Terrace, dead end of, or the cul-de-sac of Oak Ridge Road. So in lieu of them putting money on a street we were going to reconstruct, we had them do additional paving work on other streets in the valley
So
section.
it was a trade-off, basically?
It was a trade, yes.
Okay. Yes,
Mr. Lepore, when something like this comes up and you do use grant money, how do you decide what sidewalks get done? Is it done by what's in more disarray, or, I mean, who determines
I
that?
think we look at the age, but so many sections of the town, say the heights in the valley, are all equally aging. We only get about $500,000 a year of grant money. That may seem like a lot of money, but when it costs about $180 a foot of roadway to reconstruct curbs, sidewalk, aprons, mill and repave it, the $500,000 doesn't go too far. And of that $500,000, some of it can only be used in certain sections of town because it's federal money and it's based on a means based. So in a lot of the cases, it's really the condition of the roadway. But there are many roads that we would love to have more grant money for, but we're just not going to get the grant money for.
So Lenny, in a case like this that was just presented to us, if the residents are approached by the property inspector, property maintenance, and the township forester, and it's determined that it is a township tree that is uprooting their sidewalk, is that standard procedure that they're responsible for the sidewalk if it is a tree?
Everybody is responsible for their sidewalk, regardless of the cause of the deterioration. That's it.
I'm not. No, it's what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay.
If I could, while Mr. Lepore is here, am I correct that on Harvard and Yale Terrace, only part of that construction effort was paid for by state grant? Part of it was our money as well, correct?
Yeah, I think it was a little over $200,000, and I think the total bid was about $350,000 or $360,000.
Okay. And you had mentioned that certain parts of the town, older parts of town, are having problems with their sidewalks. But I don't consider Harvard and Yale Terrace to be, part of a valley, and I get over there a lot. I didn't notice that they were any more degraded than any other part of town. So could you tell me, is that actually what you found, that they were in such bad shape that we had to change them?
Well, we were able to, one of the things that we did there is, in addition, when we did the paving, there was a slight change of the grade of the street and of the curb to provide proper drainage in the curb and gutter. So when we make those adjustments to avoid raising the curb too high and burying the sidewalk, with the grant money we were able to just replace everything inside the right-of-way line. So there are so many streets in town that probably look similar to Harvard and Yale. If we got more grant money, we'd be doing more of those streets.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the streets, I'm talking about the sidewalks.
But the curbs and sidewalks also.
Most of the sidewalks on those two streets, at least on the western side, were well above grade, well above the street grade. So I'm just wondering what was the condition?
No, I think again, the curb was raised a bit on both sides. And with that, as we raised the curb, then the sidewalk grade went with it. And again, it's a fraction of the grant that is actually used for the sidewalk reconstruction. Even though the amount of the construction costs more than the grant, when you consider that we finance most of our road improvements with our own money, and we'll do milling and paving and curb work on any street throughout the town, if you were to look at the sidewalk portion of that job, which wouldn't be included on another job, that's far less than the grant money for those two streets.
How much would you say it cost us to do those sidewalks on those two streets?
I'll say close to I'll say in round numbers, close to $100,000. I can check and give you an exact number, but
that'd be great.
It's about 100,000.
I know you're here frequently. Okay. But and then roughly a third of that is essentially what we as a township pay. Do I understand that correctly?
About a third of the remaining project cost, or excuse me, above and beyond the grant was about a third, yes.
Okay. If I could just ask one more question, then I'll stop. Could you tell us what you told Mr. and Mrs. Sachs about their request to get reimbursed for their sidewalk?
I don't think I can honor that request, but I'll go back and look at what they did.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Len. Councilman Guarino.
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Patient.
I know, okay. Mrs. Ford, no, thank you. But basically, what I'm saying is, a lot of that was done, and I go back to Yale and Harvard, is that for American Water. That street was really, the sidewalks, infrastructure, really came under wear and tear from the reconstruction of American Water.
That's true, and so did many other streets.
And so
in
did
that,
many
yeah.
other streets too, right? Because, I mean, I'm not diminishing the Sachs' request. I'm not diminishing their concerns or their feelings about my questions about what it is. I'm saying, but this was different, and basically you did a trade-off with the savings in the streets that American Water paid to offset, basically. Did the paving savings from the other projects that American Water did it offset a good portion of what was not covered under the grant for Yale and Harvard?
Don't know. Don't know.
If you can get that for me, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Because they would just simply have patched their excavations, whereas on other roads, we got them to mill and resurface.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
If I may continue, Council President? Thank you. To Ms. Bosco's comment about the value of homes in the township of West Orange, if you go around and you've been looking at the weekly sales of the houses in West Orange, the prices are significantly going up. But you say if the prices are going up, how come the tax appeals? Well, remember, people get to go back a number of years. It's not 2014, it's not 20, it's going back 12, 11, 10. So people are appealing their taxes based upon that. I mean, now, for people who are buying homes now and the property values are going up, their chances of tax appeals are lessened. But you can't take away from what's been happening in the neighborhoods around West Orange for the housing sales that have been going up. I mean, on Belgrade Terrace alone, in Councilman Krakowiak's area and mine, I mean, houses are going for 20, 30, 35,000 over asking price. This is a plus for the township, but when you say about if they're going up, and I'm only trying to answer your question, Ms. Bosco, is that yes, the values are going up in wire appeals, but it's two different. It's cyclical. It's cyclical in the years when the houses are evaluated with the reval and the whole thing put together. Going forward now, with the housing values going up, tax appeals are going to be even harder. So the township shouldn't be exposed as much as we have been from prior years. And that's all I have to say, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Councilwoman Spango?
I don't have much to add. I think everything's already been said that had to be said. But Ms. Moskowitz, I would just like to make a comment. The Pleasant Valley Way Civic Association, long overdue. I'm on Pleasant Valley Way, as you all know, every single day. And we need beautification. We need signage. We certainly need speed limit signs. We need police monitoring it and enforcing it. It is probably the main thoroughfare up the hill with the businesses, because we only have Eagle Rock Avenue and Pleasant Valley Way. And I see it every day of the week. They drive Pleasant Valley Way like it's an open highway, and there's no monitoring at all. We had almost a near fatal accident maybe 2 years ago on the corner of Mount Pleasant Place and Pleasant Valley Way. A young gentleman and an older woman, and they thought that there was a mortality. It was a very, very bad accident, but they just speed. So I agree. I think that you're doing a wonderful thing, and I think people should get more involved. And let's get it to Cedar Grove. When you go into Cedar Grove, you know you drive slow, or you're getting a ticket. You go into Essex Fells, the same thing. Get that word out. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, August 12, 2014.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills. Are there any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Consent.
Resolutions. For the resolutions, Resolution J 169-14 has been removed from the agenda. Are there any other resolutions being pulled this evening?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, did you say 169-14
Yes,
is removed?
correct.
I'm not pulling this resolution, but I did want to comment on Resolution 165-14, unless there's someone here from the Life Christian Church. We have an agreement with the Life Christian Church, okay, I was going to say that we do have please, you can come. We have an agreement with the Life Christian Church to have work done for the office space on the third floor. This is my understanding, the office space for the third floor. You have temporary offices on premises, and just like you heard in the discussion, when funding comes in, you can move forward with your project. So we're asking to extend the time frame for that certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
Can you confirm that? Okay. So it's really no harm to the township. I wasn't pulling. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My name is Kevin McCullum.
Sorry.
I'm the Director of Business and Finance at the Life Christian Church.
Thank you, Kevin.
Can I just ask a question as long as you're up here? Because it was something I'm trying to figure out. Is there any damage or any potential damage to the township by not entering into this agreement with you?
No.
Okay. But essentially, would it be aesthetic? If you're driving down Northfield Avenue, you happen to look up at this magnificent structure up there. If the exterior is not completed, then does it look worse, or not look as good as it could, or is that the potential damage?
No, the exterior to the building is done. Right. That's complete. That's beautiful. That is that is the way that it is. The exterior that we're asking for an extension on is really the removal of the temporary offices.
Okay.
That'll be there, and then of course that'll be all turned into parking lot space.
Okay. I was confused by the wording in the resolution, so I wasn't clear. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Spango, do you have any questions or resolutions to pull? Councilwoman, do you have any resolutions?
I would just like to ask the administration, Resolution 17514 for the change order for the Llewellyn Park roadway. Am I correct, Jack, that this money comes from there? I would like you to just talk about that so the public knows this is not money that's costing the township, it's being paid back to us.
We can wait.
Some of the project is being paid for in general by the taxpayers. It's not every dime or penny of the project.
Some of it.
Let's pull it and discuss it.
Right. We had talked about where the connections are coming out of Llewellyn Park into Ashland Avenue, Park Avenue, Main Street, that the township was partially
This was something that you financed back in the spring.
I think I have that.
Council President, I was planning on pulling this resolution, so maybe we could just wait till...
Okay, we'll discuss it then.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your date on here? Okay. Councilman, anything else?
No, I'm okay.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yeah, I'm calling for a separate vote on 174.
174?
Yeah, I've done business with this entity, and I want to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you.
And 177, I just need some clarification on what's going on here.
177?
Yes.
Who's on your revised?
Okay, yeah, you know what, this was a late addition. We have it here on our council package. Resolution 177-14, there's a revised agenda here. Apparently, former Mayor of Orange, Eldridge Hawkins, is a mayoral candidate. He is filing yet another lawsuit because of, he alleges that the petition submitted on behalf of our mayor may be deficient for various reasons. So this is really a very time-sensitive resolution so that we can hire outside counsel to really support the township clerk in certifying the petitions.
He filed an objection.
He filed
not
a
lawsuit.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. All right, it says, whereas Hawkins' objection alleges that petition submitted on behalf of the mayor may be deficient for various reasons. Right. So this is a resolution to hire the outside counsel.
This was sent via email. I just saw this. This
was
just happened.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Members of the public,
This
It
was
is
on the
not.
late
It's a
edition.
late
It
edition, and
is
that's why
on
I'm
the
asking that question. I apologize for that.
It is on the
resolution-
agenda.
It is on the agenda now because it was a last-minute addition, and we can...
It's on the agendas I put out tonight.
It happened at 6:05 PM this afternoon, this evening,
Yes.
because it's a time-sensitive issue. Okay.
Well, it's, the number is...
It's an
sorry,
emergent
Christine.
matter. It's an emergent matter.
I don't have a gavel. I'm sorry, I don't have a gavel.
Oh, you don't have a gavel?
She should know better. Okay, we're not yelling.
Well, I'll
Thank
ask
you.
that that be pulled so that we'll inform them what's going on here.
Okay,
Council President.
thank you.
It has to be pulled because there's going to be some discussion about it, I'm sure.
Okay.
And
Sure.
it's not on the agenda.
It is on the agenda.
Well,
We have a
it's not on my agenda.
It's on the agenda. It is on, I gave you a report.
We'll answer all those questions, so I'll respectfully
we're
ask that
pulling
that be pulled.
resolution.
Thank you. And 17514, it's okay, we'll discuss it. There's a reason why it was a late addition.
Yes, and that will be explained.
because of I think that tomorrow is the 11th, September 11th.
The petitions have to be certified
Thursday?
by September 11th, which is Thursday.
Right.
The objection was filed today. So throughout the day, the law department was contacted, and it took time to find legal counsel and to, make up the resolution and put it on the agenda. That happened at 6 o'clock tonight. It's an emergent matter, and it could not be avoided. The petitions must be verified by Thursday. So if you don't pass the resolution tonight, I will not be able to go forward, and none of the candidates will be.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My question was really on the procurement, which I'll ask later. Council
you.
President, 17514.
Is being pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
Victor, can I just ask you to repeat?
I'm sorry, 17514. No.
think you meant
He didn't mean
Victor
that.
is recusing from
174.
Yes.
I'm recusing.
Okay.
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
It's
you're
okay.
pulling 175.
5 and 177.
You're pulling 175.
Yeah. 'cause we have one.
Correct. Okay, thanks.
And 177.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Krokoviac.
Okay, I apologize. I just want to make sure. Councilman Cirillo pulled Resolution 174.
No.
No,
He
he
did not.
recused himself.
Recused.
Okay.
Right, he only recused himself from that resolution.
So then, did he pull 175?
Yes, he did, and
Okay.
177.
And 177. I'd also like to pull 176, because I think that was a late addition to the agenda as well, so we should probably talk about that a little bit. I wanted to pull Resolution 169, resolution to authorize...
169 was removed.
It was, I'm sorry, okay. I'd like to pull Resolution 168, the resolution authorizing a change order.
What number is that, Joe?
168?
168?
168. Excuse me. And so we've also, Councilman Cirillo pulled 175, 177, and I just pulled, okay. And then if I could ask a couple of questions about Resolution 163. It's the resolution authorizing fees and rates for the West Orange Recreation Department for the 2015 season. Actually, I don't think anybody's here to talk about this, and I don't really need to. I just wanted to flag this for the many people, the many families that are participating in our recreation programs. A lot of the fees for a lot of the programs have either been initiated or have been increased. And I just want people to know about that, because as we start going into the 2015 season, they may see higher costs for participating. And the head of the Recreation Department said this is the first time we've raised fees since 2011, and it's primarily or principally to cover our costs, to make the program self-sustaining. And I just wanted to flag that. On Resolution 164, the resolution authorizing the collector of taxes to rebate payment to the listed taxpayers. There was another $480,000 in successful tax appeals that's been presented to the council for approval for funding, and it is also somewhat related to Resolution 170, which is the issue that Ms. Bosca raised during public comment, and I just wanted to just sort of flag this so that, again, to explain to everybody, these are really big numbers and they're a little bit complex, but they have a lot to do with our budget. And I just wanted to try to get a feel for how the process works. It's an emergency, Resolution 170 is an emergency appropriation. It's the third one we've done this year, and I just wanted to ask a couple of quick questions. Mr. Gross, you and I went back and forth on this before the meeting, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. The original emergency appropriation for this year, I think, was resolution, is it 1814?
I believe, I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember the resolution.
The reason I'm a little unclear because we've had trouble pulling it down off of the website.
Oh, yeah, 1814.
Now, yes. And it's been a problem for months. And I just wanted to ask so I could clarify. But I can't find it now.
Take your time.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up while you look for it?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
on that note,
Please.
I talked to you about the commercial versus residential. Now, some of these appeals go back to before we were in office, 2009, 2010. Okay, can you talk about why some of these appeals take such a long time to reach the Treasury or reach our finances?
Primarily because we're pretty aggressive in trying to defend, in the courts on a lot of cases. So in order to try to protect, the township's interests, we fight pretty hard, and sometimes that means that, when you go to trial, in these court cases, sometimes the judge, these things will go off that long.
Sure. So now, again, just to educate ourselves as taxpayers. So what happens, let's say, from 2009 to September 9th, 2014, do these commercial establishments still pay their property taxes at a certain rate?
Yeah, they have to pay their property taxes as
in
billed.
order. Okay.
In full, they have to.
In order for the tax court to be able to
In order to
hear
be
their
heard in
appeal.
tax court.
Okay. All right.
And that's why there's refunds due, because if indeed there is a judgment
Right.
to their benefit, then they get those taxes back.
And my final question is, what kind of protections do we put into place, financial protections for appeals that may be filed right now or this year that may be heard in 2016, 2018? What kind of protections do we have in place?
I don't know if it's, I'm not sure it's a matter of protection, it's just the process allows, every taxpayer should to pay their fair share of the taxes. And if a judge determines that a particular taxpayer is not, then we have to then refund that amount of money. To the extent that a taxpayer overpaid their share, the other taxpayers, meaning the rest of the community, have to fill in that difference. And that's why that's why it impacts our budgets, and that's why we have actually refunds. And those refunds come, and that they come from the other taxpayers.
Have you seen an increase in legal fees associated, or we've been stable?
Well,
I want to say the last 4 years, say the last 5 years.
In fact, we've negotiated contracts with our representatives over the past 2 years that are flat fee.
Per case?
No, per year. So based on the volume that we were doing, we were able to establish, instead of paying by the hour, and our fees are significantly less.
Absolutely, right. I don't recommend that. Councilman, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did find, Resolution 1814 started this whole process. It says, yes, thank you. I actually have it electronically. I think you emailed it to me earlier today, so thank you. I just couldn't find it. I apologize. the document itself, the Resolution 1814, isn't clear to me whether this is funding for 2013 appeals or 2014 appeals. But if you look at the agenda for that meeting, it says very clearly, it says resolution authorizing emergency temporary appropriations for the purpose of funding imminent tax appeals prior to adoption of 2013 budget. So I'm trying to figure out whether we're talking about all this in this original 1814. Did it refer to 2013 tax appeals?
I'd have to actually review the initial resolution that you just read to me. I'd have to review that, but perhaps there's a typo in there. I don't know. These are for tax appeals that conclude in 2014, but they're for years 2013 and prior.
But that are adjudicated in 2014?
That's correct.
Or settled? Okay. Okay. So, and I don't know whether there's a typo in the agenda or a typo there.
Yeah, I'll have to look and see.
Okay. So after 1814, it was amended once, and we're also being asked to amend it again today.
Actually, this will be the third time. Will this be the second amendment? So this will be the third resolution. Just like last, we did these same. You know, these are basically housekeeping resolutions. They really don't have any function other than to raise the bar, if you will, as to what we're ultimately going to be going, as we did last year, back to the local finance board for financing. So the local finance has established a process by which, in order to do that, you have to, during the year, fund them through an emergency resolution. So these resolutions, every time that you voted on them, and we've gone through this last year and this year, are just basically to establish the limits by which we would be going to the local finance board for approval for financing for these over 3 or 4 or 5 year period. So that's what these do. That's why, you know, this year we started off at $1 million, then we went to $1.5 million, and now we're going to $1.9 million, based on actual judgments that have come in. And before year's out, there'll be at least one more, perhaps 2 of these resolutions, just amending to increase the amount based on the activity that actually comes in the door in 2014. And that's what that resolution is about. And as far as the tax appeals are concerned, all of these that we're talking about are all prior to 2014, the 2013 and before. All 2014 tax appeals are paid for out of the current fund budget, either credited against taxes or paid for out of the reserve for uncollected tax. I'm sorry, reserve for tax appeals.
Okay. So what's the final bottom line of what happened in 2013? Because we did these emergency appropriations last year, and as you said, it was pretty much paperwork. And then at the end of the year, we've actually borrowed to make those payments, or
as I'm sure you recall, we passed an ordinance for $3,350,000, which was for the entire year.
And that covered us for 2013.
Of tax appeals that were adjudicated in 2013 from the year 2012 and before. Okay.
So fast forward to this year. Now we've gotten $1.95 million in successful tax appeals that we have to fund. So we have to also include emergency appropriations, unless we want to pay them out of the current budget.
Unless you want to pay them out of surplus, which would have a direct impact on next year's budget.
Okay. So, but we're on track, or your expectations are that we're going to get at least $1.5 million more this year?
We've been having these conversations with the council now for the last 2 years. We've indicated that you know, we had a number of commercial tax appeals that went many years back, as far as back as 2004, I think. It started from last year, certainly 2007. I might be wrong about the 2004, but very far back. And we'd indicated that there was somewhere between $5 and $6 million at that time when we started it, that we were going to try to break that up over a couple of years. Last year we did $3,350,000 all in. That includes legal fees, everything for those appeals. This year we're currently at $1.9 million of judgments, and as I indicated, I think in a prior email or email yesterday as well, that we've requested our professionals to do an analysis of where we stand so that we can project what we think we'll be doing for the rest of this year, and so we can do planning for next year's budget, quite frankly. So, that's where we stand. But this is no different this year than it was last year, and quite frankly, our appeals, our values are increasing, our appeals are going down. The commercial appeals lag. There's a lag time with them because generally they go straight to tax court. They don't go to the county. Tax court takes a long time to be heard, and the cases can be aggressive, so they take a long time.
Okay. And I'm not even sure I understood Ms. Bosco's question, but I think maybe you're talking about we pay these various successful tax appeals essentially out of two buckets. Either we pay same year successful tax appeals out of the $650,000 that we regularly put aside every year. But then if there are prior year that are more than that, then we have to go to the emergency appropriation and either borrow or take it out of surplus.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay.
Can I just say something? The simple answer is very simple. I love listening to you guys go back and forth, which you complicate everything. The bottom line is that the commercial, what happens is, believe it or not, our residential tax appeals have gone down over the last 3 or 4 years. And what's happening is to go to John's point, we're now cleaning up commercial tax appeals. That's where the big numbers come in. The big numbers come in with the commercial tax appeals, and those tax appeals can go back 5, 10 years sometimes. Where a residential tax appeal gets adjudicated this year and we pay, and that's it. So that's the difference in the numbers.
Right. I know. It's just, as you know, the tax base has been declining for several years.
Yeah.
And every time we win a tax appeal, it stops future revenue from coming back in for that portion that they get the assessment.
But the thing is, the residential appeals are going down. And what we're doing now is cleaning up all our big commercial.
And that's all the questions I had, other than the items I pulled. Thank you.
Did you pull the recreation one or no?
I did not. I did not. I just wanted
Okay.
people to
I just
know.
wanted to follow up on that, on the recreation resolution that we have, 163-14. The Recreation Department is asking for an increase in just certain fees, not all. Most of the increases are minimal. God bless you. They offer quite a range of activity in the Recreation Department. I'll just tell you some of the ranges here. And their traveling sports program is going from the range is $60 to $95 to $60 to $125. In-house team sport is being raised $45, $65. There's no change in their instructional in-house sports. They have a sports clinics with no changes. Footsteps program, which is a special needs shadow program. There's no change there. They are instituting a Footsteps camp, and there is a fee there for that special needs camp between $395 and $475.
That's for the adults, just Mr. Keough.
Yes. Okay.
Clarified that.
Right. The Summer Basketball League, West Orange team, visiting teams, there's a $25 increase from $250 to $275, $350 to $375. There is also a summer camp program in the disabled program, individuals with disabilities. That is going from $85 to $100. There is a new fee for the senior citizen golf tournament, $90 to $110 for resident, $110 to $130 for non-residents. And the last one on here is community garden plot, and that is new, $20 for residents, $35 for non-residents. And I'm going to assume that that is for the new plots at Edison Middle School. They are community gardens at Edison Middle School.
Actually, Mr. Keough said it's for the community garden around the First Aid Squad, the West Orange First Aid Squad building. That's what he told me.
Okay, that had been defunct, so maybe this is new activity going on there.
Okay. I don't know.
Because someone has to maintain it, so understandable. Did you do your resolutions? Everything's done. Okay, Madam Clerk?
With the exception of Resolution I, P, Q, and R, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
I would say, since we have a full house today, I would like to move on to our ordinances and then go back to the discussion on the resolution, unless there's someone here about a resolution that is on our agenda. No?
Okay, we have the resolutions here.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Move on to ordinances? Okay. So our ordinances on second and final reading, we have ordinance 2417-14. This is the ordinance requiring the installation of a key lockbox emergency access system for use by the West Orange Fire Department during an emergency or any other action deemed necessary by the West Orange Fire Department. This would be added to Section 4 to Chapter 18 of the Municipal Code of the Township of West Orange. I have a motion to introduce on second and final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Okay, any discussion? I know this came up as a question. This is one of those items, a key lock box, that we are asking businesses. It comes up on technical review that we ask businesses to install the fire official at our technical review meetings asks that a lock box be installed, basically to save their front doors or save their windows, or how the fire department has to gain access to the building if there is an emergency. This would be a key lockbox for the fire department to be able to access the building. Comment? Yes.
Is there anyone here that can ask a technical question? If you have the fire department, or maybe I can.
I'll try.
Yeah, is the fire department collecting keys? For the commercial establishments for the key box?
A knock box is basically has a uniform key that only fire departments have.
Right.
So when they go up, the key to the establishment is put into the Knox box, and then when the firemen, they can get into every Knox box.
Standard
by
key.
definition, standard
Terrific.
Key, so then they can get it.
Can it be
It's a
broken
great
into?
improvement.
No, I'm not aware of the technical aspects of that, but they have been used all over the country and the world, quite frankly. It's pretty much a standard. So whatever the technology is that only fire departments get, I don't know the answer to that.
I hope they would break it.
There is some.
But they can't really get, yeah.
That I can't answer that.
If I may add, though.
Councilman Guarino.
If I may add, I'm the junior council person, I don't have a mic. If I may add, it also benefits their insurance. Insurance companies give you rebates for having these lock boxes, because then the fire department doesn't smash down the door or a window or anything else.
Right.
They get into the building. So it basically is a benefit. It's like having an alarm on your house.
Sure.
So it's a benefit to the business. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
Christine Bosco, 4 Mason Place. The question I have is, it says for, I guess, businesses, but what I'm getting from this is also residents. So if somebody had like a fire alarm a system or suppression system with water or something in their house, they would also have to get this lockbox? That's the question I'm asking. And I understand from the ordinance that the businesses or whomever has to get the lockbox, that is paid for by them.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to follow up, the fire officials, I'm sorry.
Okay, the fire official was here to talk about this when we introduced it on first reading. I had asked him to come. The fire department, when they come out to a business to do their inspection, they will then inform the business, because the first sentence says they are requiring certain structures to have a key lock box. So when the fire official goes out to do the inspection, they will inform the business that is required to do this. I hope that answers your question.
And he had said that it cost the business about $300 to $400.
Right.
And it has the keys and a bunch of other information, like contact names and numbers on emergency and a bunch of other stuff. But it's just for, my reading of the ordinance was that it's just for certain commercial structures.
Right. Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, I make a motion to approve on second and final reading.
So moved?
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Ordinance 241814 is also an ordinance that was presented to us by the fire department requiring the installation of a fire department connection indicator light for use by the fire department. This would be added to Section 5, Chapter 18, Municipal Code. I have a motion to introduce this ordinance on second and final reading. Thank you.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. This again would be done, conducted by the fire department when they do their inspections, requiring certain structures to install connection indicator light on the exterior of the structure to aid the township fire department in locating the fire department connections in emergency situations. So I make a motion to approve on second and final reading. Did you just
Is
do
there
that?
public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there public comment on the connection light? Seeing none, I make a motion to approve on second and final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
You all right?
Ordinance 2419-14 is an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Section 34.2 of our ordinances restricting, with the restriction of feeding wildlife. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading? I make a motion to introduce on second and final reading. Sorry.
Is there a motion to
So
introduce
moved.
on second? Okay. Is there a
Is there a
second?
second? Duke it out.
Second.
Let's go. Second. Thank you.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. This also was introduced on first reading. Is there any comment? If anyone would like to make a comment. There you go, Mr. Upshaw. Thank you for waiting.
First, I would like
Can you
to,
state your name and address, please?
my first name is Charles, last name Upshaw, Jr. I reside at 105 Roosevelt Avenue.
Thank you.
First, I want to say that I spent the last 2 years trying to rid my home and the area around my home of cats that were defecating all over, spraying, foul odors. And fortunately, this summer, the health department actively, helped me to eradicate the cats. We caught 3 adult cats and 5 kittens. There's still 2 more cats that won't come onto my property, I guess because we set so many traps and caught so many that they won't come across the street. But I hope they do so we can get rid of those 2 also. I know that there's the ASPCA, said that there's a way of eliminating cats by trapping them, neutering them, and then putting them back, where they came from. But I just want to tell you, I don't want to see any cats that get caught on my property put back on my property because they're going to do the same thing, dig up my shrub beds, defecate, and then I have hordes of flies that, just all of a sudden, just all around in front of my house. I'm not going to take time to read this because I gave this to you guys, but we need to really implement very strong measures to stop people from feeding wildlife. And not only cats, but also bird feeders. I have a neighbor across the street that has a bird feeder, and the hordes of birds that just, sit up in the trees and on the roof of my house is just unbelievable. And, they get the chirping, and you can't even hear yourself talk. So, you know, feeding wildlife is not fair to neighbors, and it's not fair to nature, because the more you feed them, the more they're going to be dependent upon you feeding them. Can anyone tell me what the penalty is for?
I have invited the health official here, so we will answer all of those type of questions, okay? I think the health official, yeah. The director. Director DeNova, can you join us, please? Just the last question was about the penalty. That is there a penalty, or is this really just supporting documentation?
Penalty,
Teresa, just to...
well, we would have to, you know...
Teresa DeNova is our health director. Sorry.
Teresa DeNova, health officer for the Township of West Orange. There's no automatic penalty. You know, we have due process, and we would warn the person first to stop. And if they continued, then we would issue a summons, go before the judge, and the judge would decide, according to what our minimum and maximum penalty for the ordinance is, you know, what that penalty would be.
Oh, she was talking about procedurally what would happen.
I'll repeat myself.
Okay.
I'll repeat myself. What I said was there's no automatic penalty, that we would put the person on notice with a violation notice. If they stop, there would be no penalty. If they continue to feed and we proceeded with the summons, they would go before the West Orange Municipal Court, and the judge would decide what the penalty is based on the ordinance, the minimum and the maximum.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can stay in the front so in case there's more questions that come up. Thank you.
If I can just finish before you, if I can just finish.
Of course, Mr. Upshaw, yes.
I just want to say that a lot of the difficulty that I had in trapping these cats over the last 2 years has been excuses from the health department. And not saying excuses, but they would let me know that they can only trap so many cats because they don't have enough space. But because of the significance of the problem, I think, you know, more monies need to be put towards an effort to eradicate this problem, you know, with cats. And I'm sure that, you know, if they would have been able to act more aggressively, that this problem would have been eliminated, you know, a lot sooner. So I'm just asking, you know, for, you know, as much help as possible to respond, you know, to that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Upshaw. Thank you. Any other comment on this ordinance? Yes.
Mariel Clemenson for Cherrywood Circle. Normally, I only focus on budget issues, but this is an interesting topic. We have this problem in our neighborhood, too. I'm going to take a completely opposite view from Mr. Upshaw. First of all, the proposed ordinance was crafted to address the problem of feral cats based on the articles described within the ordinance. However, the wording of the ordinance, simple as it is, will not address the problem. Here's the current wording. No person shall feed any wildlife, excluding confined wildlife, anywhere within the township. Okay, so what will happen if this ordinance is passed the way it's written? In practice, people will continue to feed feral cats and wonder what to do about them. In practice, hundreds of feral cats, you know, over the next few years will be put into shelters where they likely will not find new homes and will not make it out alive. In practice, bird lovers will continue to feed wild birds, all the while subject to penalties for violating the town ordinance. In practice, people whose trash are overturned consistently by raccoons could conceivably be in violation of the ordinance. I recommend two things. One, that this ordinance be withdrawn or rewritten to more accurately reflect what needs to be done and be more precise in the language. Two, that the West Orange Health Department and Animal Control be tasked with implementing procedures endorsed by the National Humane Society, which propose a trap, neuter, release program in each community. There are local organizations who can carry this out. In the long run, these cats, there have been a lot of studies done on this. Apparently, the cats die off humanely. The problem is drastically reduced. Mr. Upshaw would not be happy with this procedure. You know, there are some places that perhaps you could put the cats, you know, any place where you want to keep rats to a minimum. There might be some public spaces. I don't know. I know that there are neighbors who want to feed cats. I'm a dog person, not really a cat person, but I think somebody needs to speak up for them. You know, maybe they just need to be relocated near people that will, after they're neutered, feed them. I don't know what to do, but what the National Humane Society recommends is that when you have a problem within a community, you get the stakeholders together and have them implement any one of a number of different policies that have been implemented already in the United States successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. This is on this ordinance with the cat. Or the feeding of wildlife, I should say. Yes? Name and address, please.
My name is Wanda Fries.
Pull the microphone down. Thank you.
Wanda Fries at 75 Burnett Terrace, West Orange.
Okay.
I speak for the cats. I'm a survivor, and I know the Nazis started killing cats, and then they proceeded to kill people. And this is what's happening, seems to be happening right now. I'm on record at Hillside, at the People for Animals, of having neutered 39 cats, neutered and released them, not from West Orange, because I thought in West Orange we have a nice animal support anyway. But I do catch them in Orange and East Orange, and I have them neutered and released, and they should be allowed to live. And why should they be starved? If people want to feed them, they should be able to feed them. Also, the cats do not litter. They bury their feces. They bury everything. They do not leave it outside. So I don't know where this gentleman found that they dirty the neighborhood. They do not. Maybe the birds do, but I know the cats definitely do not. I think the people should be allowed to feed the cats and neuter them and release them into the wild. That's what my feeling
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comment on this ordinance? Yes, please. Okay. You can be next. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Name and address?
Yes, I'm Kathleen O'Malley, 510 Monmouth Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, and I'm here as a representative of the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. We're the national organization founded in 1866. And I'm here in support of friends and relatives in West Orange, and I'm also a native of West Orange and a graduate of West Orange High School, so I'm glad to be back. So I will read the ASPCA position statement and policy about feral cats, which does address feeding bans. The ASPCA recognizes that trap, neuter, return is the most humane approach to managing the feral cat population problem in the United States. Feral cats are free-roaming domestic cats who were never socialized by humans or have lived outdoors for so long that they have reverted to a wild state. Adult feral cats typically cannot be handled and are not suitable for placement into homes as companion animals. As a result, cats deemed feral are often euthanized once admitted to animal shelters, as the previous speakers pointed out. The kittens of feral cats may be able to be handled and socialized if efforts begin when they are less than 8 weeks of age. Free-roaming cat populations generally consist of a mixture of truly feral cats, semi-socialized cats, and lost and abandoned pets. Free-roaming cats, sometimes referred to as community cats, are found in all areas of the country and tend to gather together in colonies. Most attempts to eradicate free-roaming cat colonies have failed. Cats who are removed are replaced through reproduction, movement of the remaining cats, and the addition of lost and abandoned animals who repopulate the vacated space. Feeding bans are difficult to enforce and are ineffective because cats are generally adept at finding alternate food sources. However, for those cats who have become dependent on food provided by a caregiver, a feeding ban is inhumane, usually forcing cats to subsist on insufficient resources. At this time, the most humane, effective, and financially sustainable strategy for controlling free-roaming cat populations is trap, neuter, return, whereby free-roaming cats are trapped, sterilized, vaccinated, and returned to their colony of origin. A related approach are feral freedom initiatives, or neuter return programs in which free-roaming cats are taken in by animal welfare agencies and are transported directly to be sterilized, vaccinated, and then returned to their original location. Trap, neuter, return programs have the ability to stabilize the population of a free-roaming cat colony and, over time, reduce it. And we cite two studies, Levy and Crawford, 2004, and Robertson, 2008. At the same time, the objectionable spraying, vocalizing, and fighting behaviors of cats in the colony are largely eliminated. So the ASPCA official position is that in order to stabilize and eventually reduce the free-roaming cat population through attrition, the ASPCA supports the management of free-roaming cat colonies through TNR and, when resources of animal welfare agencies allow, through feral freedom programs. It is the ASPCA's position that truly unsocialized free-roaming cats are best served by focusing resources on TNR and feral freedom programs. Distribution of exclusionary devices and deterrence, that is to keep them out of your garden, and public education regarding the humane management of free-roaming cats. Ideally, the management of free-roaming cat colonies should include trapping, scanning for the presence of a microchip, vaccination, sterilization, ear tipping, which is surgical removal of the tip of one ear as a visible sign that the cat has been sterilized, and, when feasible, microchipping. Recognition by animal control officers and shelter staff that an ear-tipped cat has already been spayed and neutered allows for healthy, unsocialized cats to remain at or to be returned to their origin rather than to be admitted to an animal shelter. The programs should also advocate for the well-being of the cats, mediate cat-related neighborhood nuisance complaints, and assist with installation of exclusionary measures or deterrents to limit cats' presence in dangerous, ecologically sensitive, or contested areas. The ASPCA advocates placing well-socialized free-roaming cats and kittens in new homes when feasible. Testing for feline immunodeficiency virus and feline leukemia, while not practical for feral cats in general, is recommended for any kittens or adult cats who are to be placed for adoption or who are showing signs of illness. A positive test result should be confirmed by subsequent testing in order to rule out false positive findings. And I do have copies of our full position statement to hand out to you all, as well as an article published on our ASPCA professional website regarding community cats and rabies and toxoplasmosis, and that should address concerns of the town council on those things. And one final thing, a colleague of mine, Michelle Lerner Esquire of the Animal Protection League of New Jersey, whom I believe has been in correspondence with you folks, she was not able to come here tonight, but she did email me some handouts of her own and asked me to distribute them, which I will do so. Briefly, what we have here is a statement from the Burlington County Health Department in favor of TNR, an article that includes an interview with the president of the National Animal Control Association in favor of TNR, a policy statement by the State of New Jersey Department of Health and Human Services regarding free-roaming cats and feral cats, and that includes a detailed description of TNR and how it works and why it works, a model ordinance for wildlife feeding that includes that has an exclusion of feral cats who are managed through a TNR program. And finally, some feeding guidelines for outdoor cats that were developed for the city of Bayonne in 2012. And I would be happy to hand these out to you. And Thank you very much for hearing me, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Malley. Ms. O'Malley, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please.
I'm Rita Messing. I live at 14 Mountain Way. I also speak for the birds. With all the problems in the world, you're afraid of me feeding the birds. I will feed the birds. And I love to hear them chirp and sing in the winter and in the summer. Thank you. And animals. We've had 16 different kittens at different times that we've brought into our home, put them in one room, litters of 4, 3, 5, had them fixed at People for Animals at a very affordable price, hung their pictures up at Starbucks, and if we had a Starbucks in town, we would have hung the pictures up in town. South Orange and Livingston had them all adopted by very happy people for free. Beautiful kittens, going to little children coming into our home and getting so excited to see the kittens. And they're wonderful, wonderful pets, and we've enjoyed them. At the beginning, we didn't want to give them up, but after we had 2 cats, 2 kittens that we kept and survived, then we figured we had to have the rest of them adopted. So we also need a Starbucks in town so we can hang the
that's the
pictures
moral of the
of
story.
the kittens, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please, in the back. Welcome.
Susan Lenchek from 234 Eagle Rock Avenue. I agree with one of the previous speakers that this ordinance does need to be reworded and rewritten. As indicated by that speaker, the ordinance as written does not exempt backyard bird feeders. Now, I don't know if that's the intent of the ordinance or not, but I think it needs to be stated. According to the National Audubon Society, more than 1/4 of birds in the U.S. need urgent conservation action. The reasons include habitat loss, invasive species, sprawl, energy development, climate change. With the loss of habitat is a reduction of food sources. Backyard bird feeders can only help bird populations. Birds are an essential part of the ecosystem. So the ordinance does need to be written, because even if the current administration says, well, it's logical and we're not going to enforce it for backyard bird feeders, somewhere down the road when the administration changes, this could change unless it is specifically stated to exempt backyard bird feeders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Okay, here we go. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Anita Utinen. I live at 48 Hazel Avenue. We have had a colony of feral and stray cats in my neighborhood. Many of the strays were a result of an elderly neighbor who passed away, and unfortunately his family's solution to his pet cats was to just open the door and put them out, thinking they're cats, they'll fend for themselves. And of course, being strays, they don't have that skill set. Being able to feed them on my own private property, I've managed to, working with the West Orange Animal Welfare League and the animal control officers who are overcrowded and don't have room, I've managed to catch and rehome 6 of the stray cats because I was able to feed them, lure them into my garage, get them to a vet, have them spayed and neutered, and rehomed. What I'd also like to point out is, while I've had these cats in the neighborhood coming to my house, my neighbors have commented, and I have noticed, that we're not getting field mice in our basement anymore. So the cats are helping with rodent control in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to point that out to people who might not be aware of the balance. If we don't have any stray cats, then our homes will be overrun with field mice again, especially as the weather turns cold and they're seeking a warm environment. So that's just another point that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sherry Ross. I live at 1480 Pleasant Valley Way, and I have been a resident of West Orange for 24 years. I'm also speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment, which is basically, even though it says wildlife, is aimed at stray and feral cats. Now, my interpretation of this amendment is that the council is hopeful of two things. One is that the cats will weaken, sicken, starve, and die as a result of not being fed, or else they'll leave and they'll be somebody else's problem. Neither of those is an efficient or humane solution. So I would ask that the council either veto or table this amendment and instead consider the method that was outlined by the ASPCA, which is TNR. The Humane Society of the United States is also in favor of this. And the New Jersey group called People for Animals, which is located in Hillside, will conduct a workshop for municipalities that are interested in implementing TNR in their communities. I have a printout with their website if anybody wants that to contact them. On a personal level, I would like to say that since December, I have trapped, neutered, vaccinated, and found homes for 8 kittens that were born to a feral mother. 2 of the kittens are blind, and if I and other neighbors had not fed and sheltered them throughout this winter, which, as you might remember now, was extremely cold, they would have died. And instead, they all have happy homes, they're healthy, and I could not have done that without being able to feed them. And I just ask that you reject this amendment and instead adopt the enlightened program of TNR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, back to this side. Yes, Althea.
Hi, my name is Althea Tweeton, 15 Edgar Road. I've lived in West Orange almost 40 years, and I'm not opposed to animals. I'm a borderline asthmatic. But I feel that if animals, I see more cats in my neighborhood running across my lawn and patio, more possum, more deer, and I guess they're groundhogs. I didn't buy a house to live in a forest. I don't have a problem with people owning cats and dogs, and that's their right. But I don't feel that your cats and your dogs should interfere with my quality of life. If you have cats, keep them at home. Keep them in your home. I don't want them around my house, you know. So I'm saying with this, is it treat, neuter, and I hope it's treat, neuter, and relocate, because they're in return. Because if you return them back, they're going to come back to the same place. That's just my feeling. I feel that you should have animals if you choose to. But that's your choice, and it's not mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, Wayne Beck.
Hi, Melissa Cito, 23 Nutwald Avenue. I would like to request an exemption of the feeding ban to those cats monitored as part of a TNR effort. There are thousands of stray and feral cats currently in West Orange, and telling people not to feed them is not going to make them go away or create less of a problem. It simply has not worked in other towns. It has made things worse by making people feed more discreetly, which means at night when wildlife is active, and by making them afraid to do things like get help for getting them neutered and spayed to call attention to themselves. Free-roaming cat populations have actually grown in towns after feeding bans were implemented if they did not have exemptions for TNR'd cats because people do less TNR. Maplewood is an example of this, and they are in the process of amending their feeding ban. I also think it would be beneficial to have guidelines for how to feed the cats in a manner least likely to attract wildlife and to educate those who have already been feeding them without doing TNR. This has worked in other places and serves as a carrot and stick approach to get people to help stop the overpopulation problem and get rabies vaccines for the cats. It is what is recommended by the State Department of Health in their guidance to prohibit feeding outside of managed colonies. Maplewood is in the process of amending their feeding ban ordinance to include such an exemption because things have actually gotten worse since they passed their feeding ban in terms of cats reproducing unchecked. Stafford Township and its 4 contracted towns have implemented a TNR program with their animal control and have seen a decrease of incidents each year, not to mention a decrease in costs. Bayonne has a feeding guideline that explains how to feed in a manner that does not violate the Public Health Nuisance Code. Lodi has a feeding ban that exempts registered TNR cats. These are all densely populated areas like West Orange, not small rural municipalities. TNR is also used in Jersey City, New York City, and places much more urban and dense than West Orange because it is what has been found to be most effective in controlling feral cat populations. This has been the trend for the past 10 years because feeding bans and trap and kill have not worked to reduce populations. While rabies is concerned, there are 17 or 18 rabid cats in New Jersey every year out of millions of cats, and the best way to prevent that is to reduce the population of free-roaming cats and to vaccinate as many of the remaining ones as possible. This is what TNR does, but feeding bans alone do not do this, and they are counterproductive if they make people afraid to do TNR. So basically, I just would like to amend the feeding ban to exclude the cats that are part of a TNR program.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other comments on this particular ordinance? Okay, so I'm going to ask the health official to please explain to us the rationale of why this is presented to the council and what you have been experiencing and kind of respond to some of the comments that you just heard.
As stated in the beginning of the ordinance, the reason that I brought this ordinance to you was to respond to the hundreds of complaints from our residents regarding stray cats on their property. And also the feeding of other wildlife, attracting wildlife to people. I feel for all the comments that have been made, but my original intention in having a feeding ban was not the trapping issue. It's residents that are placing food out on their patios with no intention of vaccinating anything or taking them in. They're just feeding and feeding and feeding. And I've had hundreds of complaints that I'm trying to respond to. There's people feeding in our condominium complexes, maybe one person disturbing the hundreds of people that live in that complex. So when I have people calling me, and I know council's been contacted from residents, and you see things like this, dishes of food just out on the patio, attracting cats, when you have neighbors that don't want them on their property, regardless of whether they bury or whatever they do, cats can cause rabies. And that is my concern as the health officer, is that my job is to protect the public and the residents of the township of West Orange, so that I have to have a mechanism to remove the cats or to respond to the residents that don't want them there. And it takes us a long time because we try to work with residents. If somebody pinpoints who's doing it, we try to talk to them. These are passionate people, and they just want to keep doing it sometimes, and it just keeps attracting more and more and more cats. We also don't want people to feed raccoons or deer. The ordinance was not really intended for birds. Nothing was excluded only because I wanted the ability to address a problem if it was a problem. Now, many people feed birds. It's not a problem. But sometimes people throw bread on the ground, or the seed that falls on the ground is attracting other animals. And there are ways to feed birds that are not a problem. We're not going to go around and look where's the bird feeder. I'm responding to complaints, even with any animal. We're responding to complaints in the neighborhood, and trying to solve the problem. Now, stray cats are the third cause of rabies in New Jersey, behind raccoons and skunks. The state has been keeping statistics since 1989, and we had the rabies epizootic with raccoons. Cats roaming around, they travel the same paths as raccoons and skunks and groundhogs and foxes and other animals that also carry rabies. But people are more likely to come in contact with cats than they are with those other animals. And there is a chance that these majority of these cats that are roaming around are not vaccinated. Now, if we impound them and trap them and impound them, we try our best. We work with our Animal Welfare League. First, we have to hold them for 7 days in the quarantine room, barring any illnesses that we can see. They go into the general population, and we work with our Animal Welfare League. We have a really good adoption rate, almost 60% that we can get adopted. But cats are always euthanized because there's always so many of them. They're either not adoptable or there's just so many of them that people don't want them. We keep them as long as we can, but we can't keep them forever. And we try to work with other agencies too, if we can't keep them any longer, to work with other facilities and people and say, listen, we need you to take this animal, find a home for them. That's our goal, to do that. Our goal is not to just trap them and get rid of them. We're trying to work with the residents to solve the problems that they have, and at the same time keep a safe environment, and also try to, adopt out as many cats as we can. And, we've been doing that all along, but I need some kind of mechanism to reply to the hundreds of complaints that I have about not wanting cats on their property. I don't really blame people because they don't have them, they don't want them, they don't know if they're vaccinated. And I really didn't want to get into this whole philosophy of trapping, and it's a whole other thing. Because, of course neutering is great, because for that cat they're not going to reproduce. But my goal is also enforcing the ordinances that we have. We have an ordinance for many, many years that you're allowed 3 cats and 3 dogs. You want to have the cat, make it your cat. Take it in your home, license it, you can have 3. That way we know that the cat is being brought to the veterinarian on a regular basis, not just once when you catch it that time. It's got to be the first time, it's got to be revaccinated in a year, and every 3 years, unless the veterinarian wants it more than that. So that's my job, is to make sure that cats that are roaming around are not carrying rabies, and we, it's not, a dream. It happens. We had one this year that jumped out at a person who happened to be pregnant. We had protecting its kittens. They're there. But my real goal was not the trapping issue. It was to stop people from just feeding on their patio or at their back door, and these cats just keep coming and coming and coming. And the residents around them don't want it.
Right.
So,
well, and what's interesting is that the people that just spoke this evening, and welcome for being here, that 4 of the speakers that spoke worked to have the kittens and the cats adopted. So they're doing that on their own. What we're hearing, though, from approximately 430 stray cat complaints and 517 stray cats that have been impounded, that's not what's happening. So it's creating a health issue that, yes, it feels like you're doing the right thing by feeding the cats, but it's not a complete care that then you're just feeding the cats.
Right.
You're not looking to have them examined or vaccinated or everything else that goes with taking care of a pet.
And I need something to help me stop that. So,
Councilman.
Yes. Thank you, Council President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I didn't close public comments. I just asked Teresa to speak. Oh.
You did close public comment.
I'm sorry.
My name is Joseph Messing, 14 Mountain Way, West Orange. I'd like to understand something. You said there's 300 or 400...
Sir, please spell your last name. Joseph. Your last name, please spell your last name.
Messing.
Oh, Joseph Messing. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to understand something first. There are 10,000 residents in this town?
No, 48.
No, home, residential.
16,000.
16,000.
Oh, 16,000 households.
Okay, I know, thank you. And we've had 200 or 300 complaints Does that represent the will of the town? The cats can it be controlled? You've had a lot of ways of doing it. You heard my wife saying that we've done it, and there are, I don't know how many other people I can tell you of in this town that go around to the colonies, and they will, on their own pocket, have spent $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 out of their own pocket to help the animals. Now we have 200 or 300 or 400 people out of 16,000 residents?
No, 16,000 households.
16,000 households. That's not much of a representative group that's saying kill the cats or stop feeding them. They don't represent the town.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I do want to thank the speakers that came out and expressed their positions, either pro or against it, and also Teresa for being proactive. There is a public health issue out there. My experience, I have 3 stray cats in my backyard, 5 kittens. Well, I'll tell you in a second, but we're down to 4 because a fox ate one of them, okay? I'm sorry about that. I know it's graphic. But my wife keeps telling me not to feed them. She says they're going to multiply. I unfortunately, I am guilty of feeding them once in a while because you feel bad, you know, for the animals out there, especially during the harsh winter. They make noises, they scratch on the doors. It's an issue. It's a big problem out there. Okay, and our neighbors are so benevolent. They feed them and they take care of them and they build houses for them outside, and it's just becoming an issue. That's my personal story, but I didn't realize how big this problem is town-wide. But the problem with this is, and I think one of the speakers hit the nail on the head, this is not, it's not a creative initiative on addressing the issue. Let's think about it from this perspective. If you look at, let's look at, you know, sometimes you get those images from, you know, third world countries where you have all these stray dogs out there and cats. You know what? At one point, our country had those issues where there were stray dogs running around. You know, it's kind of like the same situation. There has to be some sort of other solution. I don't think feeding, just saying don't feed the animals is going to solve the problem. I think we need to be a little bit more creative than that. One of the speakers talked about Maplewood, talked about some other municipalities. There's a little bit more work to do, and Teresa, you know, we need to provide you with the tools, not only, you know, a clear perspective, a clear rule, but also, you know, the resources, because it's becoming taxing financially. You don't have enough traps. You know, you hear about that. You don't have the personnel to go out there and address the issue. And in order to take the humane approach to the issue, is going to take funding. It's going to take funds. It's going to take money. So my suggestion, and we don't have to vote on this now, but I would recommend that we table this matter and look at it a little bit further, back for editing and amending, and maybe we can come up with something a little bit more creative. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, Councilman Greeno.
Thank you. Teresa, thank you for your presentation. What would be the cost of enforcing this ordinance? What would be the general cost of enforcing the ordinance? The manpower, the...
We're using the same. We're using the same employees we have currently. So whatever the budget is, we're using our current employees. We're not hiring anybody else to do this.
I'm just saying. But...
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I think what's being requested, well, obviously what's being requested from our health official is supporting documentation so that they can control all of the complaints that they are reading. And you're right, it isn't representation for the township, but there are quite a number of complaints, and that's what we have been hearing. When I said before, I appreciate your passion, I appreciate that you are taking care of these cats and you are finding homes for them. That's not what's happening to the other residents that we are hearing from. Okay, please don't please don't yell out. What I'm trying to say is that maybe there can be a combination of treatments. If you do a trap, neuter, and return, the residents don't want them back. So if Maplewood is amending, Melissa, thank you for your comments. You even mentioned something about a feeding awareness policy. If we can find that, I want to say that I want the health department to be able to do what they need to do so that it is not a health issue. There are maybe 5 or 6 neighborhoods that have already come forward, and I know that Teresa has a history of other neighborhoods, but I would like to pass this and find more information on a combination of treatments that we can reintroduce this and amend it to add what Maplewood is doing or what Maplewood is finding. But I think that the health department has health issues that they have to address right now, currently, in 6 different neighborhoods, and they need supporting documentation to help with that. So I think we need a combination of treatments, but right now, the health issues need to be addressed. Oh, I'm sorry, one more comment. Ms. O'Malley mentioned something when resources allow. So when resources allow for the ear tipping, the microchipping, the vaccination, is that something that's provided from the ASPCA or from the Animal Protection League that was also mentioned in, when you talk, you have to come back to the microphone. But really, just to answer that question, because that was one thing that you said, when resources allow, how could our health department do all of that? Because our resources don't allow for that.
That's correct. The part about where resources allow has to do with the feral freedom programs, which are administered by animal control agencies of the towns. And that would be paid for by town funds or through grant money available from the ASPCA or PetSmart Charities. There are a number of agencies that give grants to support trap, neuter, return. The balance, actually the bulk of the trap, neuter, return in the town would be done by volunteer citizens, such as the folks who spoke tonight. What they are asking for is ordinances that would support their efforts and some kind of an organized recognition by the town, such as in New York City, there's local law 59, which endorses trap, neuter, return as the policy of the city for management of free-roaming cats. And it actually makes it illegal to, if you have a pet cat and let it outdoors, it's illegal to not have the cat spayed or neutered. So those are the sort of things that we support. Right. I could certainly put you in touch with our Community Initiatives Director for New Jersey to talk about grants that may be available to support this.
Okay, well then it goes back, thank you for that, because, right, currently the resources don't allow. So what I'm saying is that because when it comes to a vote, I am going to vote to give the health department the means that they need to work with the health issues that they're being faced with, and then look at grants, and maybe at a later date, look at what was just recommended about the Animal Protection League or the ASPCA helping and then reviewing what's happening in Maplewood that might help us out to find a balance or a combination of treatments. Any other comments? It's closed. No, sorry, we're ready. Sorry, public comment's closed. Public comment is closed. Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you. Ms. DeNova, could you tell me what your research has shown about the effectiveness of feeding bans? And the reason I ask is because I've done some research and there was some cited by Ms. O'Malley that says that feeding bans don't work. And I'm just wondering if you found, in your research, that you found otherwise.
No. I don't have a research paper on feeding bans. I'm trying to address a local issue. I realize there's national philosophies, and I'm trying to address a West Orange issue. And the issue here is that wherever I have complaints in a neighborhood, the list of complaints in the streets, I can read them off. There's always somebody feeding cats in that area, and that's why people are complaining, because they're drawing the cats to the neighborhood. In almost every case. There's no cats there that aren't being fed. Somebody's feeding them. So that's my method, is to stop them from feeding them by placing food on the ground, just so they keep coming and coming and coming. And let me tell you, and they're very adamant about doing it. So that, you know, we've found them and asked them, please don't, you know, so it's like put it out at night, leave the garage door open a little bit. I mean, I'm responding to the neighborhood.
So
in all these instances.
So if this ordinance is passed, how do you think it's going to affect your ability to respond to the complaints? Do you think that the ordinance, for example, do you think the ordinance is going to have an effect on people no longer feeding the cats?
Well, I'm hoping that it's going to be a deterrent, because, you know, we talk to people, we try to, you know, get them to understand that the people around them don't want the cats on their property. People have children and grandchildren and whoever they have. They want to enjoy their property and not have stray cats, you know, running around and worrying about being bitten by a cat. So
your experience in dealing with these people who are putting out the food without the ordinance, what's been their response before? Do you find that the people, you convince them not to continue to feed the cats?
Sometimes not. So, you know, our goal is not to be dragging everybody into court. It's to get them to stop the feeding. And, you know, we've done this before with a public health nuisance ordinance, but currently we're not permitted to use a broad ordinance any longer. So we have to have something specific that says that you cannot feed outside. I mean, I just can't fathom somebody saying it's okay just to place food out and attract the cats and just let them roam around, and you get more and more and more. They're loaded in the complexes, because you can't figure out sometimes in an apartment complex who's actually doing it. In our townhouse complexes, I have letters from management companies, please help us. So-and-so is feeding, we can't stop her from feeding.
And do you find that when you respond to the complaints and pick up the cats, do you find that it's an effective means of eradicating the problem?
Not if the people continue to feed.
So I just want to get clear. So if you have a problem, you talk to the person to stop feeding, they don't stop feeding, you start taking away the cats, does that solve the problem?
No, because they're still feeding them.
Not if they continue to feed them.
Okay, so
look, there's always going to be stray cats. I'm not trying to say that we're going to get rid of all the cats in West Orange. That's never going to happen. There's always going to be stray cats. We have reservation area. People dump them off if they don't want them. There's always going to be cats somewhere. My hope is that we're going to enforce our ordinance and say you can only have 3. You want 3 cats? You can have 3 cats. You can't have 10, you can't have 20, you can't have 30. And that's what happens when somebody continually feeds and feeds and feeds. They follow each other, and then you could be feeding any other kind of wildlife also, such as raccoons, because they're out there too. So for me to do nothing, I can do nothing, but I feel responsible to do something so that the residents are not exposed to animals that are not vaccinated for rabies. And, you know, I can't, you know, we're not vaccinating raccoons, and we can do something with the stray cats.
In your experience, when you're able to convince these people to stop feeding the cats, does the cat problem go away? In that specific neighborhood?
Well, we have neighborhoods where it's continual because people don't stop.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you if you said sometimes when you ask people to stop feeding, they stop feeding. And what I didn't say
that. I didn't say that. You said that. I said we asked the people to stop feeding. That doesn't mean they do.
Right. I thought you said sometimes they do.
Well, most times they don't.
Most of the times they don't? But you think having this ordinance will significantly change the behavior?
Well, if they have to pay a fine, they can have 3 cats. If they
Well, she has-
want to
right.
feed cats and bring them in, they can have 3 cats. Make it your cat. But you shouldn't be putting food outside.
The request is for an enforcement. You're looking for a way to enforce the fact that you are requesting them not to feed the cats.
Yes, we're
right.
not going to be walking up and down streets and backyards looking for people that are feeding cats. I'm only trying to respond to the complaints that I get. So I have to have a mechanism to say
Enforce,
something to the
right.
resident that's complaining about this one person on the block, possibly, that continually feeds, and then everybody else on the block has got stray cats all over their yard.
Please respect the speaker. Thank you.
Do you have any experience with the TNR program of the trap, neuter, spay, vaccinate?
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it.
Does it go on in the town? Do you do it?
Probably.
Okay.
To what extent, I don't, most of the complaints I have are not about that. Most of the complaints I have are just from people putting out food.
Right.
Okay.
Which is why I'm making the recommendation that we can do this so that you have the means to enforce what's being requested, and then when we get additional data to look at the ear tipping and microchipping and vaccinations, or means to do that, we can amend it to include and do a combination. But the issue is current. Okay.
I don't
Any
have
other comment?
I don't have any question, but I do have a comment. Somebody mentioned Maplewood. I actually spoke to the deputy mayor of Maplewood, Kathy Leventhal, and she did confirm that the town passed an ordinance that specifically tried to address the feral cat problem with a feeding ban. And she said so far it hasn't worked. So now they're working on developing another ordinance and a procedure manual that will try to bring the whole program up to the public by limiting, as Ms. Dominova said, limiting the number of cats that someone can support, identifying yourself if you're a feeder of the cat so that the health official knows what's going on. It requires them to, the residents to actually identify themselves to the health department. They have a van once a month that comes and sits in front of town hall and provides spay and neutering and vaccinations right there in front of the town hall. And she said people use it all the time. And she also said that the town is not spending any money directly on the program, that it's all done by volunteers, it's all done by individuals who actually pay for the TNR process. And she says it's working. And they are working on a revised ordinance, and they are working on a procedure manual. But I found it very illuminating what she was saying. And I've talked to some other people about this. I talked to Laura Nuremberg, who is the legislative attorney for Best Friends Animal Society's Cat Initiative. She's based in Indiana, and she talked mainly from a legal point of view. She said these type of bans are very difficult to enforce. They're difficult to actually enforce on the ground, and they're difficult to enforce in the courts for a whole number of reasons that I won't go into. But she said the TNR, as somebody else said, actually does reduce a lot of the nuisance that are associated with the cats. I just want to say I think we have a problem with, I don't believe that this ordinance will do much to fix the problem. I think you got a problem with enforcing it, and I think part of the problem is the robust reproduction of fertile cats that you have to address. The problem, mobility of cats, easily move into areas with reduced competition and still available food. There's difficulty in getting people who believe in feeding to change their behavior and to provide the resources spent to enforce that type of ban. And it's difficult even to attach ownership to cats and to differentiate between feral and outdoor pets. And I really think that the council should vote down this ordinance and take more time to study the problem and alternate solutions. Take a look at Maplewood and a number of other communities that have put together an integrated program that seeks to get at the source of the problems. And hopefully this proposed ordinance will be a catalyst for developing a community-based program that I'm sure a lot of the supporters of TNR programs and feeding the cats would be happy to come together like they've done in communities all over the country.
Okay. Yeah, please.
I'm aware of what's happening in Maplewood, and they're not all the way having everything resolved. Because I've spoken to the health officer about their problem. They're a little bit ahead of us in having a feeding ban, and I'm sure the same thing happened there that's happening here. And so now they have to start dealing with the TNR program, but there's nothing resolved. And I know they're meeting, and but there are certain things that I need to deal with here. That what am I supposed to do about the people that are putting food out at the laundromat every day, or behind a garage, or it's not a trap, neuter, release program. So to just vote down that you're not giving me any ability to take a person to court or to do what I have to do to stop them from feeding the cats in that way. So that's the ordinance that's here now. Help me stop the people that are doing the feeding. If there's other things we want to do in the future to talk about other things, fine, but I need a little power behind me to stop this.
And it's not a matter of just taking people to court, it's a matter of educating them and being able to enforce that, because that is what can happen. So there has to be a procedure. Right now, nothing happens. So I think we follow what Maplewood is doing. I think we can look at this now to give the health department, this is my feeling, give the health department the means they need to control the outbreaks that they have. We're saying that it's difficult to enforce, but in many of the incidences, people know who are feeding the cats. And even though they have been approached and they have been spoken to, they're still not responding. So I want to protect the people that are registering these complaints, and then look at ways, and children, and look at ways to create some kind of combination of treatments, and we can keep our ear to the ground and see what Maplewood and other municipalities, how effective these treatments are. Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion to adopt, ordinance 2419-14 on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
I abstain.
Councilman Guarino?
I abstain.
Councilman Kukoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. What do you do with 2 abstentions?
I don't know.
Ken, what do you do with 2 abstentions? Does that 2 to 1? It's okay? Okay. You don't need any majority vote? Okay. And there's an agreement that we will keep our eyes out, eyes and ears open for other treatments and other resources. Okay.
Move on to the next one.
Wow. Okay, we're going to move on to the next ordinance.
Yeah, he's making motions for the ordinance.
Are you saying, we just voted, it was 2 to 1 to approve this ordinance, and then to revisit it as we hear more from other municipalities on what they're doing about the trap, neuter, and release program, and also if there are resources and grants available from the American Protection League and the ASPCA. Okay. Ordinance 2420-14, ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic. This will require turn prohibitions on Oak Ridge Road and Hazel Avenue. Make a motion to introduce on second and final reading.
So moved.
Yes. Councilman Cirillo. Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Okay. Len, would you like to explain what you're trying to do with this ordinance and the purpose that it serves?
The purpose of this ordinance is to...
If you'd like to carry your conversation outside, please take it outside so we can move on with our meeting. Thank you.
The purpose of this ordinance is to regulate traffic flow in the vicinity of Hazel Avenue School during peak morning and peak afternoon periods.
Okay.
Last year, a neighborhood meeting was held with residents of the neighborhood. That included Oak Ridge Road, Hazel Avenue, a portion of Pine Street, a portion of Birch Street. What we discussed with them was consideration to make Hazel Avenue one way up the hill from Rollinson Street to Oak Ridge Road. That would become the drop-off route for parents of children at Hazel School, as well as a collection point in the afternoon for the students. The neighborhood did not want to see Hazel Avenue a one-way, but what we're proposing now is, while it won't be a one-way, we're going to try to regulate some of the flow on the street by preventing, again, during morning peak and afternoon peak on school days, preventing traffic from turning down or onto Hazel Avenue from Oak Ridge Road, or turning right out of Birch Street and go down Hazel Avenue towards Rollinson Street. So the purpose of this is to try to force traffic to come up the hill from Rollinson Street.
Right. Is there anyone here from Oak Ridge, Hazel, Birch that would like to comment on this ordinance? Yes. Welcome back. Please do have to state your name and address again, please.
Hi, Anita Utinen, 48 Hazel Avenue. I live directly across from the Hazel School.
Okay.
And I am supporting this turn restriction. I think it's a much more reasonable solution than making the hill one-way uphill, particularly in the winter. I know my car can't climb Hazel on an icy day, but to just restrict the turns during the time that the children are being dropped off and crossing the street, I feel it will keep them safe, and it really will not impact the residents of Hazel. Many of us are at work during most of the drop-off and pick-off time, so it really won't impact us the way making the street one-way would. So I just wanted to voice my support.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else from Hazel, Birch, Oak Ridge care to comment? I thought I saw another hand. No? Okay.
Is there a motion to adopt ordinance 2420-14? Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spango voted yes.
She's not here?
Yes.
Well,
She could yell out. Ordinance 2421-14, ordinance amending and supplementing our traffic subsection, Chapter 7, parking prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance, subsection 7-13, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets, alternate side parking for Carey Street. I have a motion to introduce on second and final reading.
So moved.
is there a second?
Thank you.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Okay, Lenny, Carey Street? Okay, I think we have a discussion on Carey Street Brewing. Yes, please. So welcome, we need your name and address.
Shelley Titus, 5 Carey Street.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Shelley Titus, Titus, 5 Cary Street.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to comment on this ordinance?
Yes,
okay.
I would like to thank the West Orange municipality and Leonard Lepore for sending me this letter so that I can be here and make a comment on the
Okay.
ordinance. I'm against the ordinance. My father and I, we live on 5 Cary Street. We're probably the only resident that live on 5 Cary Street in West Orange, and we live on the southerly side. We've been a resident of West Orange for over 10 years. He's over 65 years old, and if you restrict parking on the southerly side, which is pretty much in front of our house, it'll make it a little difficult, or more difficult for him to find parking. So on the other side is the side of the Heritage Lounge. In the past, when we park our car on the northerly side, you know, the patrons from the Heritage Lounge, they would have drinking sessions, smoke sessions, make-out sessions, and they would lean and hide behind the cars. And so anything I can do to prevent my vehicle and my dad's vehicle from being parked on the other side, I'm going to be for that. In the letter, it says that you can only park one car on the southerly side. That's actually inaccurate. You can park 2 cars on the southerly side. So again, if there's any way we can find other alternatives, I'm for that. I mean, I've contemplated maybe building a driveway in front of that house, but
That was
it's gonna
actually my
cost-
question, Ms. Titus. Do the houses on Cary have driveways?
No.
Most, no, they don't.
No.
Right.
We do not have a driveway, garage,
Mm-hmm.
or anything, so we rely on that parking to see the car when we come home, you know, at night, so.
Right.
And I know since the Heritage Lounge have moved into the neighborhood for the past 2-3 years, they would have a party Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. Their patrons would literally flood the streets from, I would say, 9 p.m. to 2 p.m. And so when you come home, you have to park 3, 4, 5 blocks, wait for the club to close, and when their patrons leave after 2, then you can maybe wake up in the middle of the night and bring your car back in front of your house. So, I mean, parking was pretty bad before the Heritage Lounge came to the area. Now it's worse, especially at night, and they seem to have a party almost every single night. And restricting parking in front of that house would just make it even worse. So again, if there's any other alternatives, you know, my dad and I would be for that. And unfortunately, there's no one else from Cary Street that can talk on this matter because we're the only house on Cary Street is only 1 block long, and
Right.
we're it.
And half of it is in Orange also, so we have no jurisdiction on that end.
Right.
All right, well, we'll hear from our engineer. Thank you for your letter, thank you for your comments, and we'll hear from our engineer and see if we can work out a solution.
Thank you.
This yours? How do they have a driveway?
Well, since I received Ms. Titus's email last week, went back out to Cary Street with
Okay.
Scott Smarsh, police officer in the traffic division, actually remeasured the width of Cary Street.
Okay.
Bit surprised, it's several feet wider than 30 feet. I think we can make some accommodations out here, but not necessarily that we can change this ordinance. But I think with a different ordinance, I can still allow parking on both sides of the street here. Where number 5 is, it's practically opposite where the stop sign, where the prohibition is, within 50 feet of a stop sign. So some of that traffic isn't necessarily going to make the street so narrow that cars couldn't pass. The street is a bit wider. It's about 33, 34 feet wide, and I think we can make an accommodation to actually put cars on both sides.
So
But
then are
it's
you
gonna-
asking us
it's
to
gonna
table
require,
this? Are you asking
yeah,
us to table this and then revise it, or?
I think it's going to be a significant change.
Right.
That if you defeat it, I'll just have an ordinance ready for the next meeting. What that'll require is a prohibition for street cleaning and maintenance on both sides, and an exemption of both sides from the overnight parking restrictions. So it can be done. Didn't think it could, but it could. It can.
Okay, can we just table this? I think we should just table this and wait for a
Unless
revised.
anybody has any other questions about it.
Any comments?
I don't think we should table. I think we should just vote it down.
Just vote it
Come
down?
back with new one. According to Mr. Lepore, it's going to be significant change, so
Yeah.
we're
Right.
going to have to, we're going to have to start the process over anyway.
Councilman
I have a question.
I'm sorry. Councilman
My
Cirillo?
question has to do with the publication. If we table, do we still, is there an additional publication fee that we would be incurring?
I have to do a correction notice.
Okay, so if we table or if we vote it down, we
Either
still
way,
have
there's
to?
a- yes.
Okay, then we're not saving any money, so it doesn't matter which way we go, okay?
So we'll just vote. We'll take a vote
Right.
and wait for an amendment.
Okay.
Or wait for a new revised ordinance.
Okay. So is there a motion to adopt on second and final?
Motion moved?
Councilman Cirillo?
No.
Councilman Guarino?
No.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
No.
Council President McCartney?
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Okay.
That was the first.
So, thanks, Len. And Ms. Titus, when we get a revised, she will also get another letter.
Was Hazel
Okay.
Avenue 5 on, right?
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
yeah.
This is ordinance 2422-14, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, another traffic subsection. This would prohibit street cleaning and maintenance, parking prohibited at certain times, certain streets, night parking restrictions on certain streets. The street is Rollinson. Is there a motion to introduce on, I make a motion to introduce on second and final reading.
Second?
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Okay, Len, you want to talk about this one?
Well, this ordinance will restore parking on a portion of the easterly side of Rollinson Street. And that section runs from Piedlot Place north to Swain Place. It does not go south from Piedlot towards Mitchell Street, but again stops at Piedlot Place. This is to address particularly some of the difficulty that residents have on what we call the alphabet streets, starting Mitchell, Nutman, Piedlot, Osborne, Quinby, Riggs, and Swain. I had to start at A to get there. To help them with overnight parking relief. That's the primary purpose of this.
So Lenny, and there has been correspondence, with residents in that area, and one person in particular, I wanted to know procedurally, a survey goes out to everyone in the area? You don't just take this upon yourself, a survey goes out?
Well, we knew that there was some concern from the streets, particularly east of Rollinson Street, with difficulty in finding parking, particularly during the overnight hours. So this was a way to assist that neighborhood. We didn't necessarily survey it, but certainly everybody on Rollinson Street was notified of this change. And I'll say we probably went down around a third of the block, starting at Mitchell Street, going to Swain Place, letting residents know of this proposed change. And I think received one email about it. And that email was, there's perhaps a benefit to Seton Hall students who are going to take up those stalls during the day.
Okay, but we have a restriction here that you can't park there between 8 and 10 in the morning for street.
That's only 1 day a week. That's 1 day a week for street sweeping. So the other days, Seton Hall, Prep, or anybody can leave their car there with the exception of Monday from 8 to 10.
But the real benefit is the overnight parking.
The real benefit's the overnight parking. I think the resident of Riggs Place who sent an email said you could achieve that same effect if you limited or restricted parking during certain daytime hours.
And can we do that?
Oh, we can do that, but didn't hear that from the neighborhood, heard it from one person.
Okay, so let me go back to the neighborhood and the survey. A lot of the residents in that area are renters, so what the renters would not be responding, these are non-owner occupied homes. Are the owners actually responding? Have owners responded to the survey?
In this case, these letters were hand-delivered to mailboxes at each residence. So we didn't necessarily go to find a landlord or an absentee landlord. We strictly went to those people who were living, who would feel the direct benefit of the increased amount of parking or the parking change.
I think the difference with this and with Carey Street is that all of the homes in the area have driveways.
That's true. There may be some that don't, but there are many
Very few.
multifamilies,
Right.
particularly once you go east of Rollinson Street.
Okay, so this brings us back to the Seton Hall prep parking.
Okay, so that's a daytime issue.
A daytime issue.
Yeah.
We'll have public comment.
Okay,
So,
well,
so
thank you. Okay.
that's the gist of what this is.
Okay, thank you. So, thanks, I'm glad you spoke up. Okay, so let's hear from people that live in that area. Thank you. Here, okay, you can be next. I have someone right here. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do ladies first, okay? Okay.
We're together.
All right, thank you. Please give us your name and address, please.
Yes, Steve Perlmutter, 26 Rollinson Street, West Orange.
Okay.
Lifetime living resident of West Orange. Okay, totally against what you guys are proposing. I remember back when we first bought our house 28 years ago that there was parking on the east side of the street and accidents, sometimes a car on my lawn, because as people are pulling out of Swain, out of Riggs, out of Pilat, out of the other streets, they can't see who's coming down Rollinson at 40, 45 miles an hour. And people take Rollinson because it goes all the way out to South Orange Avenue and all the houses in the community, so it's the major drag that goes through over there. Okay, so it's going to be kind of like dangerous, I would think. I remember back to the old days, and it was dangerous. And, you know, also, people would be slamming their doors 2, 3 in the morning, parking their cars. And I personally go to work anywhere between 2 and 4:30 in the morning. Okay, so I'm going to be hearing people slamming doors all the time, too. That'll be a major convenience, too. But mainly, I think the health factor, okay, of people getting accidents. Because when you're on the side street, now you want to pull on the Rollinson Street, you got to pull out beyond the car to see who's coming down, and then you get some person going way over the speed limit like they usually do. Okay, and it's just going to lead to, I think, accidents and won't be a good idea. Adele, you want to speak too? My wife's back there too.
Yeah. Adele Sosha, 21 Rollinson Street, a resident of 37 years. When we first moved in, there, as Steve said, no parking on the other side of the street. The reason West Orange had put that in effect was because there were so many accidents. You could not pull out. There were accidents galore. That was put into effect. The accidents went down immensely. In regard to the Seton Hall parking, I live on the west side of the street. On Thursday, you can't park there from 8 to 10 because of street cleaning. The Seton Hall kids wait until the police officer has gone by and issued 2 or 3 tickets. Then they all come and park. Because by 9 o'clock, that police officer could come back and issue probably 20 tickets. Because that's how bad it is. Now, if the Seton Hall kids park on both sides of the street, it'll even be worse. Thank you.
Grace Perlmutter, 26 Rollinson Street. This is not about overnight parking, because you can go right now and take a picture, and there's plenty of parking on the north side. This is all about Seton Hall parking. Okay, people from side street, they park on our street on the other side all the time, and it's not a problem. There's more than enough for afternoon and night parking. This is all about Seton Hall parking. And the parking was stopped on our side street eastbound because of the accident. There was an accident, they took out, then nearly the homes on the eastbound of Rollinson are standing, even though it's a corner lot that we have on Riggs and Rollinson, our house is actually within 15 feet of Rollinson. If the accident happens on the corner, the cars will end up practically in our house. Okay, so for us, it's safety and quality of life. Parking on both sides of the streets, night and day, it will be a disaster. It will be a disaster. And accidents will be all over because you cannot see it. First of all, people in the morning, when they try to go on Northfield, okay, the backup is way past Riggs. As it is, we have to back our cars into our driveway in order in the morning to be able to get out of our own driveway because we're being blocked by school buses, we're being blocked by all the cars trying to get on Northfield to go wherever they want to go. It's all backing up on that side of the street. On top of that, if people are parking along that side of the street, you're asking for a big problem. It's a quality of issue and safety. Thank you.
And the
Thank you.
traffic goes all the way from Northfield Avenue all the way, down to Riggs, with people trying to get out.
So Lenny, let's have some clarity. This sentence here's on your letter. You're asking for a second ordinance will provide additional on-street parking on Rollinson, rescind the on-street parking prohibition on the easterly side between P-Lot and Swain. Parking will still be prohibited at all times on that side between Mitchell and P-Lot and 1 block from Swain to Northfield. However, to allow for street cleaning and maintenance, parking on the easterly side of Rollinson between P-Lot and Swain will be prohibited on Mondays only. Finally, between 8 and 10. Finally, overnight parking is allowed on Rollinson Street where parking is allowed, and this ordinance addresses that by amending this revised ordinance which lists certain exceptions to the overnight prohibition.
Correct.
And what are the exceptions to the overnight? Well, what I just read about P-Lot, and I'm not getting that.
There are certain regulations when they apply to a street. That street is exempt from the overnight parking prohibition of 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. For example, on an alternate side parking street, such as Riggs Place or Swain Place, you're not subject to the overnight prohibition because alternate side streets are exempt. So what the purpose here is to make sure that if we're going to if we're proposing this ordinance to allow this to be used for overnight parking, then we need to make sure that it's exempt from the from the prohibition. That's all that is. So it comes down to whether or not you think that this is for Seton Hall, or whether or not you want to think that this is to help with overnight parking relief for the residents of the neighborhood. You can provide overnight relief and restrict it during the day. Although that's not what this ordinance is proposing.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, yes, please. Sorry. I didn't hear. Okay. Good evening.
How you doing? How you doing? Paul Chester, 39 Rollinson Street. No disrespect to him, but all summer hasn't been a problem on Rollinson Street. Parking overnight, it's never a problem parking. Now, I live right at the corner of Quimby. My house is the first house as soon as you come out of Quimby. It's never a problem.
Okay.
It's only a problem in the morning times and in the afternoon for the Seton Hall students. So this is definitely something that's not going to benefit us. In the morning time, you have kids going to school back and forth, and it's a big problem because all these Seton Hall kids are trying to find parking, and it's dangerous. And it will get worse if you have both sides. Definitely will get worse. I mean, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. Okay, please. So welcome. Name and address, please.
Good evening. Jacqueline Squire, 37 Rollinson Street. I am not in agreement also because parking on both sides of the street, as it is right now, there's a problem. There's a problem. The streets are not that wide, and I can only imagine that if parking is on both sides of the streets, that will greatly, cause potential problems as it relates to safety. You know, I have 2 young kids, and even coming out of the driveway as it is now, for me backing out again with just one side of the street parking, there's a problem. So I can only imagine what will happen if there is parking on both sides of the streets. So I am not in agreement.
Thank you very much. I see more hands. Yes, please.
My name is Leo O'Sullivan. I live at 47 Quinby Place. And 2 things. When we come out of Quinby to go on to Rollinson, even without parking there now, Rollinson is the Autobahn. People are going 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. It's crazy, crazy. If parking was on there at any time of day in that section between Pilat and Swain, it makes trying to get onto Rollinson to go to Northfield just roll some dice and hope you make it. But beyond that, so I hope it doesn't go through for that reason. But beyond that, everyone in this neighborhood has brought up Seton Hall Prep. And I know this is not specifically about that. Seton Hall Prep parking is a separate issue from this directly, but that has to be addressed. Seton Hall Prep, the parking is, during the school year, it's just, you can barely get out of your own driveway because the cars are parked inches from your driveway all school year long, and it's the whole neighborhood. It's not just the alphabet streets, it's every street that there is just chock-a-block with Seton Hall Prep, and something has to be done because it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely a Seton Hall Prep issue. There's no question about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. There are still more hands, please, if anyone else has comment. No? Okay. No. Councilman Guido.
Mr. Lepore. Basically, you know, coming in, it's a parking issue with Seton Hall Prep students, and I thought this was going to be addressed before, but is there any way we can apply the same thing we did with Master Pizza, the situation with parking on those streets, to put permit parking? I mean, I remember going to college. You could never park on streets close to the university. You know, they were all set parking, everything. And I think, you know, it's not fair to the residents of Rollinson to live on the Autobahn and also not to have their street parking, that their parking basically is taken over by students. And and basically, we've heard in other testimony from residents that they basically thumb their noses at the residents. So is there some way we can address both issues?
Well, certainly we've addressed that issue on some other streets in the vicinity of Seton Hall Prep, where we've established on-street parking by permit, and residents are issued permits. May not always work perfectly, because I think in some places residents may have sold visitor permits to Seton Hall Prep students, so it's not without its faults, but it's worked in other neighborhoods.
Okay. Basically, can I, Mr. Sayers, can I ask you, what's been the enforcement by the PD for Rollinson with the parking? I know you spoke to a resident a number of months ago.
Yes, we as some of the residents have said here, we send officers out in the morning. Now, as I'm listening, we may be sending them out at different times during the day now. But most of the time, it's early in the morning and then after school when they get out of school.
Okay.
And, you know, I wanted to follow up on that because when we did get the correspondence from the residents on Rigg that you referenced before, I did copy the chief on that for that reason, and he said that he would have more patrol out there to look at the complaints that you're raising.
Well, I just want to mention that I think it was last year.
Oh, Mrs. Perlmutter, you have to come to the microphone.
Last year, for 1 hour, a police car was sitting in a Seton Hall driveway with the traffic coming north. In 1 hour, they pulled over 20 cars in 1 hour. It's just unbelievable. People go so fast, and I cannot see why, because they're coming to Northfield, but they have to stop. But it seems like the speed has to be controlled.
Right.
You know, so it's really, really appreciated.
Okay. So
but
the police chief said that they would send someone out.
it's a private institution, so I do not feel that we as the neighborhood residents have to provide the parking for their students. Either they can take buses, there's plenty of buses, or they can transport their own students. We don't have
and that's the policy. The policy is they do have a parking lot up on Prospect Avenue. They are supposed to park there and be transported.
And it's not only the students with the parking, but the parents with picking them up at 3 o'clock. Between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, it's a nightmare. You can't get out of your own house. And on top of, don't forget that, we have a lot of walking traffic because of the buses.
There's no bus, right.
So between the cars, the City Hall, and all these people walking and children walking to school, and West Orange buses, it's crazy. It's really crazy because you can even walk the dogs because dogs get confused with all the traffic that's going on. So parking on two sides of the street will be a real disaster.
Okay.
So thank you for, taking this under consideration. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our house is on the foot of this exit from Seton Hall Prep and Rollinson. And I could guarantee you 9 out of 10 cars don't stop, and I think that's a high percentage. I think it's probably higher than that. And then they're pulling out, and there's cars on the side, and that in itself is bad. But if you have it on both sides, where people can't see what's coming down the street, then it's asking for disaster.
Either way. Thank you. Any other comments? Yep. Okay. Councilman.
Mr. Lepore, I have to confess, I've only talked to a couple of people who are on the side streets who think this is great because they do have problems finding parking. And of course, we wouldn't know if there was a parking problem on Rollinson because nobody can park there on the east side anyway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it sounds like to me that a big part of the problem is allowing parking on the east side of Rollinson during the day.
That's what it sounds like from.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
It definitely sounds like.
Okay. So maybe that's the in-between compromise. If there is some safety issues, that we amend the ordinance to not allow parking during the day on that eastern side.
Well, certainly, if you think of Rollinson Street, there's like two sections to Rollinson. North of Mitchell Street, which is much wider and can accommodate parking on both sides, and then it gets narrower as you go to the south. There are concerns about visibility when you exit the side streets, but that's no different than exiting, say, Mitchell Street or Glen Road on the other side. That requires proper signage to enforce the statutory regulation of how of which prohibits parking within a certain distance of an intersection. So that would not only have to be posted, it would also have to be rigorously enforced. So there are some differences here between most residential streets in that Rollinson is much wider than our typical residential street. It can accommodate that could accommodate parking on both sides. Getting to the safety issue, again, it requires rigorous enforcement of no parking here to corner is what the regulation is. You don't need to adopt anything. It's already established by state statute. So if you want to consider overnight relief, you can do that and change the ordinance to prohibit parking daytime hours.
Being that I go to work so early, okay, again, 2 to 4:30, I see there's all that times there's parking on the west side of the street. Okay, there's a spot or two open. Okay, and once in a while it's jammed up, but a lot of times there's 4 spots open because of how people parked elsewhere too. But it still has the problem when you're pulling out of my driveway or pulling out of Riggs, okay, at 4 in the morning, whether it be 8 in the morning, you still won't be able to see who's coming down the street at 45 miles an hour. And you're pulling out, and if anybody comes and smacks you, it's an accident, and somebody could get hurt. So even nighttime is dangerous because you can't see. And as the days get shorter, okay, darkness lasts longer, and you still run into the problem. You can't see who's coming down the street.
Pardon? Sounds like another one to send back.
Want to make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, we make a motion to adopt ordinance 2422-14.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
No.
Councilman Guarino?
No.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
No.
Council President McCartney?
No. Back to the drawing board. Okay, thank you.
Susan, can we take 5?
No, to get home. Oh, well, good night. I don't. We're moving on. Okay. No break. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, good night. Thank you. You have to go to bed, right? You have to get up early in the morning. All right, ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2423-14, ordinance amending Chapter 13, which will update the construction permit fee ordinance. I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. And this ordinance really isn't doing anything except correcting a typographical error that is on the books. Okay, ordinance 2424-14 is an ordinance amending Chapter 25, which is our municipal land use law, about the hours of operation for businesses operating in residential zones in the township of West Orange. I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
We're going to introduce this on first reading.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. This is for introduction, but I wanted to, I have to make a comment too, because this is kind of out of, not that we have any written procedures, but typically anything that amends Chapter 25 comes from the planning board, recommendations to the council. The planning board has not seen this, so I really would like this to go before the planning board so that it can be vetted out by them. Also, I'm not really comfortable with the timing of this because I want language in here to be stronger because there is a pending application, and though it says it in here, I want it to be clear that this ordinance will not affect pending applications. It's just not fair if they're in the middle of an application. So I'm uncomfortable with the timing of it all, and I would like to see it have the planning board review.
No, it's first reading.
We would. Go.
I think it'll help the board. Harvey Gross, public defender, or public advocate.
Public spender, I like that one.
It's really almost technical, but the definitional section of the ordinance refers to restaurant, retail, food establishment, retail sales, personal services, and business. I believe fueling stations should also be added.
That's included in the language of retail operation. Fueling station is.
Well, it's not clear. You know, I don't think it's going to really change anything, but it's going to clarify, and it'll probably save you a lot of dialogue on second reading. And then the other thing is subsection D talks in terms of a reviewing board, but the ordinance doesn't provide what constitutes the reviewing board. I think it should be the zoning board, the planning board, but you know, before you proceed further, I think it'll clarify everything if you just define what the reviewing board is. And this has nothing to do with the pending application involving Quick Check. As a matter of fact, there's even a legal question as to whether whatever's done here would have any application, because it's a pending application. But this will come up in the future with fueling stations, and so that's just my recommendation. Instead of indicating reviewing board, you define it, and you define it as zoning board or planning board, and then on the definitional section, you include fueling stations, and then you have an ordinance that is more inclusive and I think is more clear.
Council President, normally this would come up for second and final reading on the 23rd of September. Do you want this ordinance given to the planning board for review before it comes up for second and final reading? Or
I've already spoken to legal about this, so like I said, there has to be some revisions in here to make it more specific, and by adding that language, it makes me even more uncomfortable doing this at this time.
Okay.
Because
You are now alert to your
right. All right, that doesn't spell out fueling station, but to add that makes me even more uncomfortable to pass an ordinance while an application is being heard.
So my question is,
okay, the question is,
why did we introduce on first reading?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Where'd the ordinance come from?
Administration.
If I may have the floor for a second,
Of
Council
course.
President. These things, but I always preach about the fact of quality of life in a township and how different things can affect people's neighborhoods, the quality of life, and how they live and where they live. I spoke to the mayor, and I said to him, maybe you should think about a new ordinance that controls the development and the hours of operation within certain feet of residential areas. And the mayor thought it was a good idea. He spoke to the administration, and the administration forwarded up through the legal and for their review and their putting together of this proposed ordinance. I feel it's important. I feel it's important to think about people where they live and how they live, and no implications of what applications are out there right now. I feel if we don't do something like this now, and that's why I brought it to the mayor, is that we don't do something about this now, more will come up and we'll have very little to do to stop it once precedent is set. So that's I believe may be the intent, but I spoke to the mayor, he thought it was a good idea, and he worked through the administration. So that's how it came to be.
Okay, so and hours of operation are always brought before the planning board, and I would like to see it vetted out because it is chapter 25. Zoning, I mean, you were zoning also, is that?
I'm zoning also, but the only thing I would say here is, I think what your goal here is to eliminate, and this has nothing to do with Quick Check, but like a 24-hour operation. I have a problem with not being able to operate later than 12 midnight.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard enough in this economy for businesses to survive. I don't say they should be open till 6 o'clock in the morning, but maybe 2 o'clock, some kind of 12 o'clock.
Okay, but you're right, there is a state statute, and it goes with your license that says you can do that, so
would
this
circumvent,
ordinance.
right, it would not affect you, so.
But what if somebody
Oh,
new
but it
goes into a
would,
new business?
yeah.
What happens if they go in, and they have a liquor license? And
Because
they're
this
next
says no business can operate.
Says no
So,
business.
Right. I think we just need to revise this
Yeah, I think it
and
needs-
have another look at. And also, something about delivery also. There are businesses that open early in the morning, and they do get deliveries before 6 a.m. We just approved a Cleaners on South Valley Road. They're going to open at 6. So they don't do the actual work on South Valley Road. They have the clothes brought in. That's going to happen. People are on their way to work. They're going to pick up their stuff before 6 a.m. So that's it's an awkward time to say no deliveries can happen before 6 a.m. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with that. Okay. I think we need some work. Pardon? Back to the drawing board again? Okay. Okay, then we'll work on it in between. Okay. So yes, your question about the planning board, it should be forwarded to the planning board. All right, ordinance 2415-14 is a bond ordinance authorizing various improvements in connection with capital assessment in respect to the joint meeting of Essex and Union Counties, appropriating 1,000 through, that's a typographical error there too, right? $1,300,000 in bonds or notes to finance this. All right, so we're going to change
clarify,
this.
this is ordinance 2425. I think you may have just had a typo yourself. I think you said 2415, but it's 2425.
Okay, 2425. Thank you.
Just to be sure.
Okay, authorizing bonds for the joint meeting of Essex and Union County. I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. All right. Any discussion?
There is no
Not on
discussion.
first reading, okay. 2426-14 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 2. This is entitled Department of Recreation and Cultural Affairs. I make a motion to introduce ordinance 2426-14.
So moved.
I'm sorry, I missed the first one.
Second.
What did you miss?
I got it, thank
Jerry
you.
first.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Ordinance 2427-14 is supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, providing handicap parking on Ashland Avenue, east and west, and Longview Street, west. I make a motion to introduce on first reading.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Is there anyone here from Longview Street or Ashland Avenue?
There's no discussion.
No discussion.
Well, just in case someone came. No, okay, thank you. Ordinance 2428-14, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic. This is for turn prohibitions on Northfield Avenue and Glenview Drive. Make a motion to introduce on first reading.
A second?
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. All right. Thank you for going out of order. Back to resolutions and a few of the resolutions that were pulled.
The resolution 168 was pulled by Councilman Krokoviac.
Yes, thank you. Is Mr. Lepore still here?
Yes, yes.
Yes, he is.
No, he isn't. He never sleeps.
I don't know who's happier to see the potential end of this parade of change orders, you or me. But is this in fact the potentially last
This is it.
change order?
This is it.
Okay. Because I think this is number 6,
Number 6.
and it's,
5 of them were monetary, one was a time extension.
okay. Just a quick question. Has the work that this change order represents, has the work already been done?
Yes, it has been. It's
Okay.
all done.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to adopt?
Well, you know, I do have a question. Len, in this whole grant and everything that was happening along Main Street, are there provisions in there for maintenance also? I mean, now that the work is getting done, Or is it just now our responsibility to, that's a lot of pavers to maintain.
Well, it does this provide nothing for maintenance. It was strictly capital
To get the work done.
improvements. Yes.
Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 168-14?
So moved.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 175-14 was pulled by Councilman Cirillo.
What number are you on?
175?
175 is a change order number 2 for Llewellyn Park roadway sanitary sewer improvements between sanitary construction
Yeah,
company.
some of my colleagues had a lot of questions, or some questions. Just need some background, what's happening at Llewellyn Park. I know that this matter was before us a couple of months ago. What's going on now?
A few months ago, you actually appropriated monies or
Yes.
funding for additional work to the Llewellyn Park infrastructure. What this resolution does is it authorizes the expenditure of those monies
Okay.
through a change order with Sanitary Construction Corporation, who is the firm that was awarded work 2 years ago.
Okay. For less than the amount that we originally approved?
Which amount are we, when you say originally approved, I'm not sure what you mean by
You said that we had approved, well, originally, we passed an ordinance, right, allocating the funding?
Yes, this past May,
May
I
6th.
forget the exact amount of that funding.
I have June 12th.
Additional $600,000, 50,000 of which came from Llewellyn Park managers and
Right.
550,000
So it's 550, right?
the bond.
$545, so, okay. All right. So 545 is the amount that it now is being extended?
That's
Which
correct.
is less than 550, the 550 that was originally approved. And now, so, and then the other question is, it goes over the 20% threshold on the change order. So just, I guess your correspondence is sufficient to comply with that requirement?
Well, I believe it is, yes, and
Okay, well,
stating
as
the
long as-
reasons for that.
Finance and legal is okay with that, that complies with the state procurement law. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Thank you. Just so everybody knows, this is a further help that we're giving to Llewellyn Park for their sewer and road project. We originally had agreed to borrow money or allow them to borrow money using our credit rating, which would save them a great deal of money. I think, if I'm quoting the Chief Financial Officer's numbers correctly, it could potentially save them as much as more than $5 million over the life of the bond compared to what they might have to borrow on their own and not through the town's credit rating. So we did that, and I think that we were going to, the maximum borrowing was about $3.7 million. And then 2 years later, came back and increased it by, I think, $550,000. So now what we're going to do is, it looks like we're now going to borrow something on the order of $4.2 million to do the project.
A little less than that.
A little less than that. And then, so the Llewellyn Park property owners have a lien that they will repay $3.7 million, and we're going to borrow and give them $550,000, well, not $550 anymore, that's the authorization, but now we're coming back with an actual contract for $545,000, which we will borrow, and then everybody will pay back in the town.
Yeah, the total is, the total of the borrowing is minus $600,000. They have provided $550,000 of their own funds to this already. So the amount that's borrowed is the difference between 550 and the total amount.
So maybe you can just tell me the numbers. What's the amount of borrowing that we're doing on their behalf that they're going to pay back, and then what's the borrowing we're going to do and the whole town is going to pay back?
Excuse me, just give me a second.
Okay, and while you're looking, I'm just going to say I think that's an unfair characterization because we did have, I don't know how to say testimony, but we did have Ms. Carl Jenny here at that time explaining how when road work and sewer work gets done in parts of the township, we do pick that up. And what was discovered was that there was work being done in Llewellyn Park, but they tie into the township sewer and sanitation system. So that's unfair to characterize it that we are paying for that, because in my notes here it was saying that Ashland runs from White Street out to Lakeside. It comes into the township, and township taxpayers do pay for sanitary work that's done all over town. So I think that's an unfair characterization to say that the township is paying for this work in Llewellyn Park, because Llewellyn Park, for the work that they're getting done, is paying us back, and the work that ties into the township, which we pay all the time.
But correct me if I'm wrong, as a private community, we have no legal responsibility to do the work within the boundaries of the private community. So when I say we're giving them the money, we initially help them out by allowing them to borrow on our credit rating, and we may be saving them as much as $5 million. So I think that's a huge benefit to provide them when we didn't have to. And then on top of that, we're giving them $550,000 or $545,000
to complete the work that needs to get done. Right.
Again, the work that is done within the confines of the private community.
Well, then it's not within the confines of the private community, because we had testimony on June 12th, I believe it was, or that it's coming out of the private community and it's hooked up to the rest of the town.
Yes, I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
I'm just saying all the work that we're doing, all the benefit we're providing to them is for the infrastructure that is within the confines of the private community. And I don't think that's wrong or unfair. I'm just trying to clarify to people who are trying to follow at home.
Okay.
That's not true. It's not all within the confines.
Oh, well, that's what I just said, right. And I don't know how that's not fair, and I think in order to save money, there's still taxpayers in town. If there is a way to save money, I would like to see people saving money, and the agreement is that they are paying us back. So,
Mr. LaPorte, is any of the work being done on this project being done outside of the legal confines of Llewellyn Park?
No. There may have been a slight amount of pipe work that was done in a public road where it connected, but this is all Llewellyn Park improvements. There's some benefits that we may, there's some benefits by or as a result of new infrastructure being in the park, reducing inflow and infiltration, which translates into less flow into our system, but all the work's being done within the park.
and that was that's what we heard. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, John.
While Mr. Gross
The
was
total
talking.
amount of the borrowing would be $4,234,000.
$4,234,000. Now, that's the total borrowing, or is that
Total borrowing.
I'm sorry?
That would be the total borrowing.
Okay. So then we would just subtract $545,000, and that's...
No, well, I'm sorry, finish your question, because I don't...
Okay. Do we subtract $545,000, or do we subtract $550,000, which is at the contract amount or the authorization?
To get to what?
To get to the number that we are borrowing on behalf of Llewellyn Park that they're going to pay back through their lien on the property.
You would subtract $550,000.
$550. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 175-14?
So moved.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay, Resolution 176-14 was pulled by Councilman Krokoviac.
I'm sorry, this is one of the new, this is one of the new resolutions?
Newer, yeah.
Newer, sorry.
Not the newest.
Is that 176 that I pulled? Is
Yes.
that- Okay. I just wanted somebody to just describe what this legislation is, and I'm not sure who submitted it.
Correct.
This is a resolution authorizing the township to place a lien against this property. This is a resolution that authorizes the township to place a lien against a property which the council previously authorized to be torn down and demolished. So we have $15,000 of demolition costs plus legal costs, and this will allow us to get our money.
Okay, because we knocked down the house, what, a year, 2 years ago? 1.5? Okay.
So we're just to the point now where we're ready to go to lien, so we just need authorization from you on that. This authorization wasn't in the original resolution.
Right, because I remember that we had the resolutions,
But
actually.
that resolution authorized us to do the work, but didn't authorize the placement of the lien. This authorizes the placement.
Okay.
But John, can you explain why is this so time sensitive? What was the urgency of getting this on this agenda?
The property has subsequently, the tax liens have been subsequently sold on this property, and the 2-year time frame is coming up, and we feel that the lien holder will likely move to acquire the property, and we want to make sure the lien is placed on before he does that.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Any other questions on Resolution 176-14?
Is there a
Madam Clerk.
motion to adopt Resolution 176-14?
So moved.
Okay. Councilman, well, he's not here. Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. All right, Resolution 177-14 was also a very, very late addition to our agenda because this all just happened 15 minutes before our meeting. We were notified that mayoral candidate Eldridge Hawkins objects to the petitions that have been submitted on behalf of Mayor Parisi, that they may be deficient for various reasons. So what we would need to do by this resolution is hire outside counsel to assist the municipal clerk in verifying the petitions. I also think because Eldridge and the mayor are mayoral appointments, that candidates, you were also a candidate, that you should recuse yourself from this particular ordinance because of this certainly does weigh in on your
What happens
candidacy,
going forward.
perhaps implications for your candidacy. But Ken, can you give us legal, I had just said that Councilman Krokoviac, also being a mayoral candidate, should recuse himself from any deliberation of this resolution.
You're referring, I assume, to
The newest 177-14, that refers to the mayoral candidate, Eldridge Hawkins, objecting to the petitions.
Okay. The reason for this resolution is that Mr. Trank and I felt that it was inappropriate for us to represent the clerk under the circumstances, since we work for the mayor. And for similar reasons, I think it would be wise for Councilman Krokoviac, since he's running for mayor, and may have some personal interest in the outcome, ultimate outcome, not necessarily this
Right,
specific issue.
no matter who you support.
Better part of discretion would be for him to recuse himself. Conflict for attorneys, appearance of conflict is no longer really an issue, but for elected officials and judges. I think it still is. And at the very least, it seems to me it would pose the possibility of an appearance of conflict. So.
Okay.
Well, if I could, Council President, I appreciate your help and your advice. I've already decided that I would recuse myself on this for the obvious reason that I'm running for mayor, and this has obvious implications.
Great.
I would like to just ask a couple of questions about it. I don't think if I recuse myself from voting on it, I could still ask a couple of questions. Or do you think that's improper? That I could use some advice on.
I think probably it's best that you just not address the issue at all.
End of story.
Again, I just think that would be the better part of discretion.
Great. Well, thank you for preserving the integrity. Okay, so this again is a very time-sensitive issue. Madam Clerk, would you like to comment on this? Because one of the questions was, the timeliness of this was, what is the deadline for the petitions to be verified?
September 11th.
My understanding is, I read briefly the stuff that was filed, and I'm not sure I fully understand it, frankly.
Okay.
Some of the attachments were scribbled in a manner that it was very hard to make sense of them. But my understanding is that the clerk is going to have to make some determinations, and it just seems to me that, and she, as I understand it, wants representation. She's entitled to representation, I think, with respect to election matters like this. So, again, the wise thing to do was thought to be hire somebody independent. We don't think it's going to cost very much money. These things are going to have to be done very quickly because of the nature of the issues and the law. So we're talking about several days here, and that's about it.
Well, we have 2 days, and apparently that this, I'll read the hereby resolve, Township Council will retain, if we approve this ordinance, Thomas Scrivo from McElroy, Deutsch, Mulvaney, and Carpenter, retained to represent the clerk at a discounted fixed hourly rate of $200 per hour. Further resolved, the resolution shall be published and made available in clerk's office for reasonable inspection in accordance with applicable law. Okay. To make a motion?
I do want to make a suggestion. There is no cap here. It just says $200 an hour. I want to suggest that we put a cap in case it goes over that amount, that the council revisits the issue. Either $5,000 cap.
As a practical matter, you're not going to get to revisit
There's no time.
the issue. This is going to be a few days. That's it.
It'll be done in 2 days.
Right, but there's a
I don't know what it's going to cost.
I have to make a decision by Thursday.
Council will not meet again before.
Right.
Okay, I'm
The only
sorry.
thing I would also add is that Mr. Scrivo, as I understand it, reduced his fee to $200 an hour, which for Mr. Scrivo is, it may sound like a lot of money to other people, but for a lawyer, especially one of his background, it's a pittance. So.
And he was able to attack or investigate the situation immediately, and that was
Okay,
part
so
of the
when
requirement.
does that decision need to be rendered
Thursday.
to Mr. Hawkins?
Thursday.
Okay, so the legal representation will take place from now or tomorrow morning till the decision is rendered?
Correct.
So what if there's litigation on that decision?
It hasn't gone that far. I
have to address that if and when it happens.
Okay, so right now, we're just approving legal representation up to Thursday.
No,
we are not.
That's what I'm talking about, caps.
We're approving an attorney to represent the clerk in this matter.
Right.
Because she could be a possible defendant if this goes to court. So she
Correct.
has to be represented by an independent person other than the town attorneys who have been appointed by the mayor.
I totally understand that, Mr. Sayers, but what I'm saying is this going to take longer than?
It could.
Okay,
It
so then
absolutely
we should put a cap in there.
But the problem with that.
And then how do
Go ahead.
How do we come back if in fact we have to go before the judge on next Thursday and figure out how to pay the attorney? How do we do that?
I don't know.
Well, answer my
I
question.
don't. Okay, so it's an open-ended account.
We're hiring.
We don't know how much
we're hiring.
this challenge of petitions will cost us. We don't know.
We have no idea. We have no idea, because once the clerk makes her decision, then there's an option where the individual who filed the exceptions can take it to Superior Court.
That's what I'm saying.
And then it goes to Superior Court before a judge, and then the clerk still has to be represented.
Is Mr. Scrivo versed in
Mr. Scrivo writes
Campaign
municipal
law?
government law.
Right.
He publishes
municipal
book.
government law or campaign law?
No,
Or-
municipal government.
He has a
He's a
background
very,
in
he's a
elections
very
as well.
respected person. And if you want, you can go home and check him up online.
I have his biography right here.
You'll see it.
All right. You can email that to everyone if you like. Thank you.
I don't have a problem with that. I just don't know how much this is going to
I'm
cost
just
us.
telling you,
It doesn't matter how much it costs us. We need to follow up
I'm
with
telling you, the administration's recommendation is not to put a cap on this, because we don't know where this is going to go. And this is going to be a very timely issue.
And if you recall...
Very timely issue.
If you recall, Councilman, we've had some discussions over
I've
the...
spoken to this issue before. I mean, you can't, litigation is an unknown thing. We don't know. You can never know. Capping something like that makes no sense. It comes out of the litigation budget, out of the law department budget, ultimately. We're going to be paying for it. We have to manage those funds. You appropriate a certain amount at the beginning of the year in the budget. Whatever that amount is, we got to live with it.
Okay.
If we exceed it, we need to find transfers and so forth. But the administration manages the funds, spends the money that you appropriate. Your control is at the appropriation level, and you don't appropriate per specific item of litigation. It's just not practical.
What line item is this coming from? The legal budget? Legal budget?
Yes.
Okay.
What happens if this isn't like resolved by the 11th of September, by Thursday?
First of all,
Right.
we really
Sorry.
But, yeah, I mean, I already asked that question.
Okay.
I already asked the question, and the answer,
I can tell you two things. Number one, the clerk has to certify the petitions by Thursday.
right.
Once the clerk certifies all the petitions by Thursday, Mr. Hawkins then has the opportunity to challenge those petitions in Superior Court. That would go before a Superior Court judge. That's going to happen right away because the election is in November, so nobody's going to sit on it. It's going to happen within probably a couple of days. And then once that goes into court, there will be a hearing as to whether those petitions that he's challenging are good or they're bad. That's how it's going to work.
Okay. So it's possible it can be ongoing. Yeah, look, this...
can understand your...
Look, these issues, this just came on our desk, and we understand why.
We just got it, too.
Because the challenge was just presented. I just need to know procurement method, why last minute decisions? Are we expecting more litigation costs? And the answer is yes. It could be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No,
That's all.
the answer is yes. Absolutely. There's a possibility that could happen. There's a possibility that wouldn't happen.
Thank you, Council President.
Thanks. You're welcome. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 177-14?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Recuse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
ABC.
Yeah, we have to go into ABC.
Okay, we're going to adjourn as the count. We're
Can I
going
just ask a couple quick questions? I had
Okay.
said early in the meeting, I just wanted to make sure that leaving the meeting, whether we're going to have a matters pending or an executive session on PRISM, and I never heard a yes or no, and I just want to make sure.
I think there's nothing to report. Maybe I'll have the mayor. I'll ask the mayor to give us something.
Okay.
Okay?
And then
Yeah,
I
because
also-
we need information.
Also just wanted, Mr. Gross, when you get the estimate of where the tax appeals are going this year, can you share that with the council? Either, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn. Before what?
I'm sorry?
John, say that again, I didn't.
I said I certainly will, but you'll have to come back before council.
Anyway. Okay, try again. We'll adjourn as the council, reconvene as the ABC
All right, I need a
board.
motion for that.
We're going to have a motion to do that, but I do want to ask everyone to drive safely. School is open. There are lots of cars on the road. And please drive smart and safe. Thank you.
Why are we on tape?
Because we no longer use the audio recorder, it broke. So now we video.
Okay.
Whose audio was broke?
Our audio,
Oh,
the big machine over there.
Why haven't we? No money.
It's not worth it.
Okay, we are still in a meeting. If you would like to take your conversation outside, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Kaiser, if I understand correctly, the audio machine is needing repair, so we're going to videotape the ABC meeting just so we have that electronic record.
Understood, and I'm just asking where, oh, here it
It truly is beyond
So,
repair.
Members of the board, we have
Good night, Mario.
one resolution, 529-14, and as I understand it, this involves 3 licensees, ARA Kitchen Group LLC, WHKG, and Central Liquors LLC, all of whom have received special rulings, which they didn't have at the time of the earlier renewal. Now that they have special rulings, you have jurisdiction to act on their renewal for this license term. And I know of no objections to their renewal by the police department. So you're free to act on the renewals.
And Ken, special rulings does not necessarily mean special conditions,
No.
right?
No.
We say that every time.
Completely different.
Okay. Do we know who these businesses are?
It's listed.
Like this is their trading name?
Well, Central Liquor, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. They're all, I believe they're all pocket licenses, correct?
At least one is looking at
think
these.
they all are.
This is a, ARA Kitchen Group is a pocket license.
I think WHKG is actually an operating. I think that's the, isn't that the St. Cloud?
Well, it could-
Yeah, Central is pocket.
Central Liquors is a pocket license.
I believe they all are.
I haven't gotten yet.
Yeah, they all
to-
are.
So WHKG is a pocket?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
That's also, yeah, WHKG is also a pocket license.
Yes.
They're all pocket licenses.
Okay.
So is there a motion to adopt Resolution 529-14?
So moved.
Okay, Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino? Yes. Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
now I need a motion to return from ABC and
Okay, I make a motion to adjourn from the ABC board and reconvene as the council. Oh,
There's-
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. And now a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned.